He's trying to see if that TV will work for overflow in the other room there. I'd be glad to go. We could go grab some chairs. Oh, that's true.
Yeah, right.
Is it permissible just to yell out loud that there's some seats up front?
There's a lot of people in town. Most of them.
Oh. That flat screen. I mean, we need it. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll do all this first and then, okay.
I guess, Joyce, there are probably about 5 chairs, 6 chairs scattered up here. People will raise their hand next to an empty chair because people.
The public needs to be aware that we are on the hook for that 41A.
Okay. Is everybody ready? Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order. Calling the meeting to order and also welcoming all of you to this special commission meeting, 17th day of January 2017, 6 o'clock. If everyone will rise, we'll give the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We're waiting for some chairs for those of you who don't have chairs back there. There are also a few up here in the front. There's at least 5 up here. So if you'd like to. We're also trying to get the television to work in the other room so that any overflow can go in the other room and sit and watch it on there. So anyway, that's what we're working on. Do our best. Yes, roll call, please. Forgot about that.
Mayor Crawford.
Here.
Commissioner Blanchard.
Here.
Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Commissioner Hodges.
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Here.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank the commissioners also, while we're all together, for all of their long, hard work on hours and hours on this project. We spent many, many hours after our regular commission meeting, and I feel like the project is once it's passed, if it's passed, it will really change Salina. I especially want to thank our city manager, Jason Gage, and our deputy city manager, Michael Scragg, for all the long hours of analyzing and running the numbers. And I want to thank the 2020 group for stepping up to the plate and hopefully making this once again a city on the move. Okay. Jason, I guess we want to go with the city clerk first. You can if you want, and then we'll...
Item 3.1, redevelopment of downtown. 3.1A, first reading, ordinance number 16-10856, adopting a Star Bond project plan for the downtown Star Bond district. 3.1B, first reading, ordinance number 17-10873, adopting a development agreement with Salina 2020 Inc. 3.1C, resolution number 17-7429, determining the intent of the city of Salina, Kansas to issue industrial revenue bonds. 3.1D, first reading ordinance number 16-10857, adopting the redevelopment project plan for the Salina Downtown Redevelopment District. 3.1E, first reading ordinance number 16-10863, an ordinance authorizing the creation of the Downtown Community Improvement District in the city of Salina, Kansas. 3.1F, first reading ordinance number 16-10864, An ordinance authorizing the creation of the Downtown Community Improvement District in the City of Salina. And 3.1G is first reading ordinance number 16-10865, an ordinance authorizing the creation of the Downtown Community Improvement District in the City of Salina, Kansas.
Okay, the first 3.1A, just wanted to, before we get into 3.1A, I wanted to see if there's consensus on the commission for the development agreement, because if there isn't,
Mayor, if we could,
go ahead.
before you even get to that, if you don't mind, I wouldn't mind. I'd like to provide some kind of introductory remarks, and then I think we have Salina 2020 representatives here to provide comments and kind of go through a presentation about the project, and then Deputy City Manager Mike Sprague will do a staff report on behalf of staff that'll hopefully not be redundant. I don't think it will, and cover other aspects of it. And then at that point, we can answer questions, and you may have many questions of us, I believe, and possibly of the applicant, and the public may as well, and entertain public comment, and then get you to a point, hopefully, where you can discuss and determine where you want to be. And I would say after that's done, it would be a really good time as you start talking about these items, because they do interrelate, and the development agreement is a path where all of these cross into, and so it is really important that before you would start voting down the list of items to try to know where everybody's at with regards to the development agreement and how it relates. So if that works for you, I'd be happy to kind of start us off.
Thank you.
Okay. First of all, and you offered to thank you earlier, I'd like to thank everybody involved. We had to have a lot of staff that worked a lot of hours, and we have our professional team. We have our general legal counsel with Greg Binkson and Aaron Martin with Clark Mize and Linville that are always at our side working diligently. We have Gary Anderson with Gilmore and Bell, our bond counsel. They have an integral role whenever we issue bonds to make sure that we're following statute and everything's legal, and it's just a typical role that they play with bonds. Roger Egger with George K. Baum, who has worked with us with regards to being our financial advisor. And then there are others that we didn't feel needed to be here, but Development Strategies and Bob Lewis have done a real good job of looking at just numbers in general and the production estimates, and they're all projections. And our bond underwriter, Stiefel, has worked hard and helped us out quite a lot, too. On the other side of that, I want to thank, very openly thank Salina 2020, their organization, and the core team that they've had. We've been negotiating for some time, since really on the development agreement since August, but we've been talking it's been told 2 years from the very beginning of this when we were talking about the concept and establishing a district. It's been probably about 2 years, but since August it's been really intense as we've looked at components to an agreement. And we all know in agreements where all the details at, so it does take a lot of time. And I think by the end of tonight, most people will realize that the complexity of this, the broadness of this, and so forth, we've actually done a pretty good job getting it to this point and the amount of weeks that we've been working on this. But I want to thank them. They've been good to work with. They've been upfront about needs, expectations for the project, and quite honestly, thank them for giving us an opportunity to be here to take a chance and on doing something really good for our community, something that may be transformational. And so we in Salina, we don't get that opportunity very often. And so I don't when I think about the opportunity for local business people to invest in an area, especially in the downtown, which is sometimes considered a little more risky, that's a really big deal. And so I always try to keep that in my thinking as we weigh what our role is. And with that, I want to be clear of what our role as staff is. And obviously our primary role is to work on your behalf to try to, in your direction earlier, was to try to facilitate this project in a way that's acceptable to both parties. That's the direction that you gave us earlier, which is a very good, optimistic, and productive direction. And so that's what we try to do, representing your interests. And in doing that, it's about analyzing the information, being sure we understand the flow of all the deals and the various revenue sources and the various projects and how they interrelate and the timing of how things happened, what the triggers are, what the risks are, and the risk analysis. And there's been a little tension on risk, but every project has risk, and it has it for both the public and the private sector. Okay, and when I say that and I talk to people, I say there's risk in putting a hotel in downtown in a town our size. There's no question about it. That's a risk. And so we're appreciative of risks like that on the private side, and then we analyze the risk on the public side, and again, try to find a place that's acceptable to both parties. And you always try to find a place that's preferable to both parties, but that doesn't always happen. So if you can find that magic place where it's acceptable to both parties, that's really what you're going to be after. And so the other goal is to make sure we have full transparency. And so when I turn this over to Mike and he goes through the mechanics of the thing, and Salina 2020 as well, they'll go first. They'll talk a lot about the project and they'll cover a lot of different aspects. But in the end, between both presentations, it'll be good public transparency for the project. I don't know if they'll understand it just with the presentation because there's so much to it, but it'll all be out there. They can watch the video, they can go back to the web page and do all that. So that's really important. And then risk mitigation. You know, you can't get all the risk out of a project. Neither side can. But what you do is you try to mitigate. And through the agreement process, that's what you try to do is mitigate as much as you can to reduce your risk to a place, again, that's acceptable to both parties. And so our goal then is to find that acceptable place. We hope we've done that. We've tried, and we think we have, but we hope we have. And you'll see, I'll be open. Our recommendation is to move forward, and we as a staff, realize that there are a lot of pieces to this, and there are a lot of pieces that you feel really good about, and some that you might not, and that's part of that being in that acceptable area, not that preferable area, and we're okay with that. But we hope that we found a place that is acceptable to you. And so that's where we hope we are. And Mike will get into all that stuff. But I want to provide that context because we do believe we're at a place where we feel comfortable recommending that you move forward to the next step. There are multiple steps in this project. This is really just the first, well, really the second big step. Establishing the districts was the first. This is the second. And then you're going to see this agreement will, in essence, give birth to multiple agreements after this. And those are critical as well, especially as we talk about the core projects and the timing and so forth. So those are important as well, but this is the second big step. So we hope we're there. We're excited about the opportunity to be here, and we're thankful for that. And we hope we've got everybody in a place where we can move forward. And if not, we're here to try to figure out how to do that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mike, and we'll turn it over to Salina 2020, and they will give their presentation to you, and then we'll follow up. If you have questions, it's totally up to you how you handle when you want to ask your questions. We think the easiest way to approach that would be to write them down and hold on to them until after both presentations, just to keep the focus on task and on the topic. But certainly we will have in our presentation an opportunity in between sections if you do have questions and you want to use that. But I think it would be best if you could hold on to them, but it's truly up to you, and we will address questions. I'm sure the Salina 2020 folks will as well as you throw them out. So with that, we'll turn it over to them.
Good evening. Larry Brittingham, 102 South Skyline Drive here in Salina, and I'm here representing Salina 2020 as a downtown development arm for this project. Mayor Crawford, commissioners, Jason and Mike, and really all the rest of the city staff who worked on this. In 2 months, it will be 3 years, Jason, since we had our first meeting in your office of March of 2014, so time does fly, wouldn't you? The road has been bumpy sometimes, but at the end, in true Salina fashion and true historical fashion of the citizens of this community, everybody has found some common ground in order to move forward on this project, and which ultimately will make our community stronger and obviously much more viable as we go into the future. We're not only here representing Salina 2020, the development entity, but also the countless other citizens and other interested parties and businesses that have shown their support to not only us, but also the city and all the meetings that we've had throughout this process. Today has the potential to be a very historic day in the history of Salina and our community. This simple idea 3 years ago of transforming downtown Salina through a true public-private partnership was simply that, an idea. I think we all know that many attempts over the years have been made to do this, but all of those have failed for whatever reason. But today, we believe that the picture is complete. with all of the needed components, which makes this project very, very different than what's been done in the past. And I think our group feels there's not a stronger indicator, and I'm sure the city staff does too, that this is a transformative deal for the city of Salina and also the state of Kansas than the stamp of approval from the State Commerce Department that we received just a couple weeks ago. You probably have to go back 50 years with the closing of Schilling Air Force Base that the city of Salina had an opportunity to significantly change the landscape of our community like this project will. Simply put, it's a game changer for our community and the future of Salina, which is now almost 160 years old. We know that Mike will walk through numerous fine points of the deal framework in a minute, but we wanted to highlight 5 significant points with overriding themes that we believe make this project very doable. The first one is balanced risk. Obviously, it never works if one side is out of whack with the other side. And we believe the risk between the city and the community in both timing and financial commitment are on equal ground. The second point is both city staff and Salina 2020 worked hard, actually very, 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 very hard, and with countless hours, as Mayor Crawford said, to get the framework set up correctly as a step-by-step process in which neither the city nor the private community is exposed alone at any time. Ultimately, we anticipate over $100 million in private investment in this project. We're very comfortable that there are few, probably if there's any, partnerships projects like this one in the country, and quite frankly, that's what it's taken for us to be where we're at today. The primary revenue drivers, the hotel, the alley, and Old Chicago, will be spending significant funds in advance of bond issuance and advance of streetscape construction because we and they believe the project will be successful. And the last point we wanted to make was to be successful, we have to put a framework in place so all parties know we have a project and we can continue working to bring other revenue drivers to the table.
Thank you. Trace Walker with Salina 2020. And again, I want to thank Mayor Crawford and commissioners for this opportunity. And we're excited to be here, and just really grateful that there has been, grateful for the work, as you pointed out, Mayor Crawford. Sometimes in the heat of the negotiations, that's easily forgotten how hard everybody has worked. Jason and Mike, certainly, Greg, have put in a lot of hours, and we do appreciate that. And I imagine when you ran for city commission, you might not have anticipated that many late nights as well. So we do appreciate your efforts. I'm going to make just a few brief comments, and then Dawn Boos is going to come up and run through the project components pretty quickly. Guy Walker, a few comments on the CID. And then we have a few community members who'd like to make some comments. So, but we, again, excited to be here. And what we are seeking today is your approval, really, of this framework, which will enable Salina 2020 to continue spending money on this project. And it will also allow the revenue drivers, the hotel, the alley, and Old Chicago, to continue to spend money. They can complete their construction drawings. They can finalize their agreement with the city and Salina 2020 as they ramp up to actual construction. And I think just as important, though, with this framework in place, we have the certainty, it would give us the certainty and the confidence to approach other third-party developers that could potentially become significant revenue drivers themselves. All of these efforts that we make and that the city makes will mean that more information and more certainty is going to be available to the city as you need to make decisions on spending money. But we need your approval of this framework before we can undertake that work that will help underwrite the bonds. As citizens of Salina, we're excited about this project and what it can accomplish for our city overall. We think a stronger downtown will make a stronger community overall with more economic development, more employers, more residents, more tax dollars, and more excitement about our future. So approval today, we think, will lay the groundwork for the city and Salina 2020 to work as co-developers with these third parties and the bond underwriter to make a real project come to life. And so we believe most Salinans want a vibrant downtown for future generations, and we're requesting that you approve this framework and give our city the chance to make that a reality. So thank you. And Dawn, if you'd come up and run through the project.
Thank you, Trace and Commissioners. Don Boos, 2532 Angus Lane, here on behalf of Salina 20. Very excited to be here as well after 2 years of hard work. This plan, though, is the result of planning and meeting with multiple local groups. We've tried to seek input from many local sources in creating a plan that appeals to all Salinans. So throughout this period, we've met and consulted with and presented to the Salina Lions Club, the Ambucks Women's Group, the Ambucks Men's Group, the National Active and Retired Federals Employee Association, Kansas Wesleyan University, the Salina Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors, the Salina Rotary Club, the Salina Downtown Inc. Board of Directors, the USD 305 School Board. We had an open community presentation and then numerous open workshops advertised to the community at large. I'm sure there were other groups that we may have forgotten. If so, we apologize for not including their names. One other clarification, and we've said this before, but again tonight for those in attendance and those at home, they read daily in the newspaper about the financial condition of the state of Kansas, and the incentives that we discussed tonight are all incremental. And that means that the existing amount of sales taxes that the state of Kansas receives from the 28 block Star Bond District, they will continue to receive throughout the life of the bonds. The same applies to the city. Only the new sales taxes generated in excess of that base amount are used to pay for the Star Bonds. In addition, the Community Improvement District and the tax increment financing funds are pay-as-you-go. That means no bonds are issued and there's no risk to the city of Salina. There's also an area benefit. The benefits aren't limited to the 28 blocks. Only the incremental sales taxes from that 28 block area are pledged to the Star Bonds. Any new revenue generated outside of downtown clearly inures to the benefit of the city and state. For example, attendees at a tournament at the Field House, if they shop at the Central Mall, go to McDonald's, or any other business outside of downtown, which they will do, those are new sales that inures to the benefit of the community. So the entire area should benefit from this new tourism and new activity. Oh, there we go. All right. And as you know, on January 5th, Antonio Suave, the Secretary of the Kansas Department of Commerce, sent a letter to Mayor Crawford. And in the letter, the Secretary took several actions. One, he found that the Salina Star Bond Project District is a major commercial entertainment and tourism area and a museum facility and is eligible area within the statute. Second, he found cause to approve and designate the Salina Star Bond District as a Star Bond project within the meaning of the statute. And third, he approved the issuance of up to $19.1 million exclusive of approved financing costs in Star Bond financing for the Salina Star Bond project. There we go. In addition, the letter went on to state that the Secretary further acknowledged that the feasibility study demonstrates that the project will generate significantly more sales tax revenue than necessary to support the $19.1 million bond issue. And with that, we move on to the development components. Clearly, we're all excited about the Field House. It's one of the main catalysts for the additional downtown redevelopment. It was recognized as a significant source of tourism by all of the consultants and the Department of Commerce. The Department of Commerce further determined it qualified as an allowable star bond expense, and clearly it is under construction. The University of Kansas Medical School, to be located on Santa Fe in the former Bank of America building, is a $7 million project funded exclusively by private donations. Redevelopment work is currently underway. Interior demolition will be complete by mid-February. Construction commences in mid-March, with completion scheduled for March of 2018. It will open for classes in June 2018. One of two national franchise projects currently in the downtown project plan is the Homewood Suites by Hilton. Lighthouse Properties, the hotel division of Blue Beacon International, has been granted a franchise from Hilton Worldwide for Homewood Suites by Hilton at this location. As part of the franchise approval process, Hilton performs a market review to confirm there is sufficient demand for the proposed project. In our case, Hilton performed not one, but two market reviews, both confirming market demand and supporting our projections. The hotel will contain 114 suites, high-quality meeting space, a full-service independent restaurant, indoor oversized pool, a fitness center, and an outdoor courtyard area. The Alley, to be located at Santa Fe in Ash, is a venture by Frank and Kathy DeSocio of Wichita, Kansas. Kathy is a third-generation bowling owner-operator and a true expert in their industry. They currently have several locations in Wichita, the Alley located at 13th and Webb, North Rock Lanes at Rock Road and K96, West Acres Bowling, and the Alley in Hutchinson. This facility will be much more than a bowling alley. In addition to the standard bowling lanes, there will be boutique lanes offering a different experience and that will be available during league play. They will feature AJ's Sports Grill, meeting and party rooms, game areas, laser tag, and other activities. According to Kathy DeSocio, in these modern operations, bowling only represents 25 to 33% of the operation. I was surprised to learn that in addition to their main sources of business, they also provide corporate getaways and team building opportunities. They plan to be very involved in the community and are sincerely excited about being as part of the project. The second national franchise operation will be Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. They're located at 214 South Santa Fe. Old Chicago is a subsidiary of Kraftwerks Restaurants and Breweries. Kraftwerks currently has over 195 restaurants. Their national core brands are Old Chicago, Gordon Biersch, and Rock Bottom. They have 7 other regional brands. Representatives of both Old Chicago and Kraftwerks have visited Salina and approved their Santa Fe location as well as their financial projections. The Salina franchisee currently has locations in Manhattan and Garden City. They have shared with us that the Salina location has higher projections than what their actual sales are in Manhattan. I thought that was very exciting. Now, besides the field house, another tourism component that was needed to meet the requirements of the Star Bond Act is America's Crossroads Car Collection. An independent group of local car owners and enthusiasts formed a 501c3 corporation dedicated to the creation and operation of a classic car museum. The founders retained the services of California-based X-Line Design and Architecture for the preliminary design of the museum. David X-Line has done an excellent job of combining new construction with complete renovation of existing space to create an ideal museum setting. One of Salina's greatest features is its commitment to the arts. We heard this from all of the consultants as well as from every community we visited while studying other downtown redevelopment efforts. The Salina Community Theater, the Arts Center, and the Stiefel Theater are highly regarded They all contribute to tourism and quality of life. The high-profile appeal of the Stiefel Theater was considered a strong attribute to the downtown redevelopment effort by the consultants and the Department of Commerce. It is undeniable that it is a major contributor to tourism. The project plan calls for significant enhancements to the Stiefel Theater to improve the experience of those attending the venue. Then we have a new component to introduce tonight. We're excited. Salina has a number of people very excited about downtown. There are some people who really want to help this effort succeed. One building owner has a specific plan to help entrepreneurs get a start. Many people have an idea or a special talent, but don't have either the expertise or the financial ability to start their own business. If the project plan is approved, one building owner has a plan to assist restaurant entrepreneurs get a start. We call it a restaurant incubator. There we go. To be located at 135 North Santa Fe. The building owner is going to take the first floor, finish the space, install a kitchen, and provide an opportunity for a new restaurant operator to hone their craft, perfect their plan with low startup costs. The restaurant would be open to the public. It would offer a low-risk environment for a new food artist to learn. The operator would be given a reasonable test period, perhaps 18 months, after which time they would be expected to open their own business. At that point, another startup could move into the incubator. It would be very exciting for the area. I think people would enjoy that, be participating in someone's success. That brings us to an overall aerial that addresses the General Starbond District. The major components are all in yellow. To the left of the screen, which is the south, we have the hotel. Just across the street would be the old Chicago location. Coming a little bit further to the right, the Stiefel Theater. You see the relationship to the Classic Car Museum down at 4th and Iron. It's across from Assurance Partners. The Field House continues at Ash and 5th, diagonal from the alley. The KU School of Medicine is directly north of the Field House. West of the Field House. And then the restaurant incubator will be across from the medical school. At the north end, which would be the right side of the picture, would be the H.T. Lee buildings. We think it's ideal to have the major components spread out across the 4 blocks. It allows for a great deal of infill. I think that will be good. Good opportunity for additional restaurants, hopefully retail, and other revenue-producing ventures. Another major component of the project plan is the streetscape. We think it's very important to complete the area. It will contribute to the overall experience. It's still a work in progress. There's many pieces to it. It will enhance the plaza area, also create interesting connections between the various attractions. One key one will be the area west of the Field House, which will be going towards the top on the screen. The connection, the landscaping right there that connects up to Santa Fe, where quite a bit of the commerce will occur. So this will be a critical area to create a special moment for people. We look forward to working with the city on the completion of the plan for the streetscape. We also find one other interesting connection. It's actually off the screen here, but it's at the east end of Mulberry, where it connects to the parks. That connection will essentially bring the parks closer to downtown. It will make it easier for visitors at the Field House to explore the parks. It'll make it easier for people to discover Kenwood Cove while they're here visiting. We think there's quite a bit of synergy that could occur from that. At this point, I'd like to introduce Guy Walker to deal with the next part of our presentation.
Down the receivers this way. It's kind of counterintuitive, but I think you got to point this way because the receiver's down here.
There we go.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to stand before you today. Guy Walker, 500 Graves Boulevard. One of the components of the project that you are considering tonight is a community improvement district with boundaries that generally encompass the downtown retail area. The development agreement refers to this as the downtown CID. As you consider the project as a whole, I wanted to share with you again some details about the requirements to establish a CID, the level of support received, and where the money collected in the CID will be spent. As you may recall, state statute requires that 55% of the property owners within the proposed boundaries sign the petition in order for the district to be established. I'm happy to report that when the petition was submitted to the city, 78.64% of the private property owners had signed the petition. I think it's also important to note that doesn't mean that 21% said no. There were many that were not able to be reached, and there were others whose businesses did not charge sales tax, and so they didn't feel comfortable signing something that would affect others and not themselves. So, and that was especially true of nonprofits. There were quite a few nonprofits who didn't feel comfortable, given that they don't charge any kind of sales tax, of signing the petition. And that was a specific question I want to be sure and answer that Jason said you all had asked, which is how many nonprofits signed the petition. In total, 78 property owners signed the petition, and of those 78, there were 11 that were nonprofits, and that's just over 14%. Because the CID impacts the downtown retailers, I want to share with you the names of those who have expressed support, either by signing the petition themselves or by encouraging property owners to do so. Steve Howard with the Cozy Inn, Tammy Jo Jarvis with Ad Astra, Jim Loader with the Market Shops, Lisa Rollifson with Penny Lane, Monty Shadwick with Blue Sky Brewery, Rusty Leister with Big Nose Kate's, Tony Dong with Martinelli's and Santa Cruz Burrito, Kevin Romey with the Paramount Bar, Blake Blackham with Midwest Music, Robin and Julie Cates with On the Pot, Laura Underwood, Laura's Antiques, Doug Day with Taco John's, the Iron Street Partnership, which owns the Burger King, Steve Miles with Milestone Hearth, Gary Stansberry with Salina Blueprint, Maureen Madison with Eccentricities, and Wayne DeBay with Flower Nook. The process required more than 10 people and about 4 months to gather the consensus needed to successfully submit the petition. And I definitely want to thank Salina Downtown, Inc. and for their help with the CA petition. No doubt their relationship with the retailers definitely was a positive spot, and the board and Penny were both just instrumental in making it happen. On the screen, you'll see the allocation of the anticipated proceeds over the 22-year life of the CID. On top there is Salina Downtown Inc., $2.8 million to perform to provide enhanced maintenance of the streetscape, additional security if necessary, and offer programming with the goal of bringing both locals and visitors to the area. The next line item is $2.78 million in the new business fund, which is to be used as an economic development tool for new business recruitment into the downtown area. You have existing retail improvements, $1.3 million, which is also to be used as an economic development tool, but specifically for existing retailers to expand or improve their business. $200,000 to Salina 2020 as a reimbursement for the costs of Oxner, Hare & Hare to develop a streetscape concept and downtown master plan. And as you'll remember, part of that process was gathering input from downtown stakeholders and offering the entire community an opportunity to participate in the process and share their thoughts about what they think downtown should be. And then last, on the bottom there is $50,000 for Old Chicago to be used as part of their development project. So as you can see, when you look at those numbers, over 96% of the CID proceeds are allocated to programs, services, and incentives that are intended to benefit the entire district and contribute to the long-term success of the project. We also have some members of the community who would like to share their thoughts on the project, so I'd like to start and introduce Penny Bettles with Salina Downtown.
Good evening. I'm Penny Bettles, 2339 Wesley. Thank you, Mayor, Commission, and City staff for your time tonight and in the past. I just would like to speak on behalf of Salina Downtown Board that we share our support and enthusiasm for this project. We feel this directly relates to our mission statement, which is to champion and create a healthy and vibrant downtown community. With that, there are a few merchants in the room that would like to share their stories with you. And with that, I will introduce Wayne DeBay, longtime business owner of the Flower Nook.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I suppose my address best is 208 East Iron. That's where I think I live. And, you know, my wife and I are both very excited by this development, this potential development in downtown Salina. We've been in business for 34 years, and this is the first time within that time frame that I can remember that there has been this synergy that has developed between the private sector and the city, the potential for creating something unique and wonderful in that process. I also am amazed, in 34 years, I don't recall having seen the families that have made substantial monies in the town show the interest in reinvesting in our city. So those are exciting things for me, and I hope they are for you as well. Let me take out my cheat sheet to see if I've forgotten anything. And I know that we've touched also about some of the area surrounding cities that are showing a vibrancy, and I think that Salina has every possibility of having that vibrancy as well. So I encourage you to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me the time and for serving. My name is Amy K. Pavlovich. I am not one of the cool cats who has been here for 34 years. I'm at 117 South Santa Fe, and I have connected the Fair Trade store. I've only been there for over 2 years, and I wouldn't think of myself as worthy of your time, but I was asked to share just a tad bit about how it is to be in downtown Salina versus the other two communities in which I have stores in downtowns. And I came from Illinois and had a store there in downtown. I'm in Lindsborg and have been there for 3.5 years, and then also now in downtown Manhattan. And I love being in downtown communities. Love it. The community feel is so good. I will say to you, and I'm normally the optimistic, happy cheerleader, but I have to say, it is a little sad sometimes to be in downtown Salina right now. Many days will go by, and there will just be a few friends from the social services place next to us who come by. We have a great homeless friend who comes in and keeps us company. But there are some days where we have 0 sales. And that's just kind of the pits when we're expending money to be in downtown Salina. And one could say, maybe I just don't know what I'm doing. And one would be right, because I'm not a business person by profession. But I feel like I'm flying by the seat of my pants in those other communities, and the other 3 stores have all profited and done fine. And this store, just to put a number to it, is over the course of my time here versus that same time in Lindsborg, 33% less sales from one than the other. And I don't think it's really fair to say Manhattan to here, and Manhattan's pretty new. But I will just say that I love being in downtown Salina, and I want to stay, forever. I love my landlord. He's the best of all my landlords. I love the buildings and the arts and the feel of it all. But I'm not going to be able to stay if I'm just spending my husband's money right now, because I'm just really not floating the boat in Salina. So we've committed to trying to stay until we see if the projects get to happen. And then we'll hang on and I'll keep learning myself and try to keep doing better in downtown Salina, and hope that I can be here with you all for other meetings down the road. Thank you for your time. And Larry.
Larry Bunker. I live at 821 Highland Avenue. I co-own Peaceful Body Wellness Retreat, 120 North Santa Fe in downtown. I'm also on the executive board of the BID SDI board. My husband and I opened our business, our dream, 3 years ago. In our search for locations, we looked at many places around Salina. We found downtown was not the cheapest, but the vibe and energy that a downtown is known for and can be is something we really want to be a part of. We have a service-oriented business. Clients come to us by appointments. They will come to us wherever we're at, for the most part. Our regulars will follow us if we move. Since opening, we have definitely gained clients from Blue Sky patrons and other downtown shoppers passing by our business and checking us out. But probably our greatest growth has come from word of mouth. I wasn't sure if I was going to say this, but I'm going to. In the past 3 years, we have watched many businesses come and go. Us as a business, we don't need this project to survive. We don't need it to grow. We're doing good on our own and by word of mouth, but there's many businesses out there that do. As a downtown business and as a citizen of Salina, I want this project and I really support it. I'm excited to see how amazing our downtown can and will become. If we are going to have a thriving downtown, and in my opinion, if we're ever going to break that elusive 50,000 mark, this project is necessary. I know this project has uncertainties, but please understand that the risk the city takes could be the encouragement a small business owner needs to take a chance on themselves, on their ideas, their desires, and their dreams of opening a business in downtown Salina and help them be a part of a wonderful thing. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Larry.
Good evening. My name is Dan Stutterheim. I live at 3653 South Holmes Road. Thank you, Commissioners and Mayor, for letting me speak before you. I'm really excited about this project. I too don't need the project in order to survive. I'm on the south end of town, so I don't have any walk-in business down there by Lowe's. We're an engineering and manufacturing company at CASA, and I'm the CEO. We've got about 180 employees and a large group of engineers. What I need is people to survive, and specifically professional engineers or professional employees. What I struggle with is when we recruit from K-State, KU, Wichita State, other surrounding colleges, the young engineers that come in don't want to live in Salina. So what we have done is we have resorted to opening up branch offices. The first one we opened was in Manhattan. The next one we're going to open is going to be in Tulsa. The reason behind this is they consider places like Manhattan in the downtown area where we opened our office to be the cool, hip place to be. And I kind of agree. I enjoy going to downtown Manhattan myself. My hope is that we can get these employees to stick around and live in the Salina area. These are going to be highly compensated individuals. They have advanced degrees, so they're going to be the kind that have discretionary income. They're going to be eating at the restaurants, sending their kids to schools. So I'm really excited what I saw on the presentation tonight. Even the restaurant incubator, which I hadn't heard of before, sounds kind of exciting to me. So I support the project going forward and would encourage you to support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Crawford and Commissioners. I'm Pastor Alan Smith, 1319 Parkwood. I'm here today probably more for the people who are not in the room versus the people who are in the room. I've had a chance to just look at our community and say, hey, a community that invests in itself improves the quality of life for everybody from top all the way down to the bottom. If you look in the letter that came, there were some estimated 371 new jobs, and of those 371, because I was wanting to know, what about the person who is not the white-collar person, the person who is needing to provide for their family? And some 350 of those jobs will be labor service jobs that there are people who are not in the room today may have an opportunity to get a job that may not be available right now. tell you a small story from Louisiana, a small community called Rayville, Louisiana. When I was growing up, there was a group of business owners, those who had money, that decided we don't want our city to be any larger than what it is. And so they refused opportunities, and they let those opportunities pass by. And sure enough, other cities around that city that I grew up in, it grew. They grew. But the city I grew up in today, young people who do stay, they fight, they do drugs, they do whatever they can to survive, because there is no development. There was no development. The window for development, it went away. And because of that, the rippling effects of not investing in that community is still being seen now 20, 30, 40 years. And so what I'm advocating for the whole project and the parts is that when you invest in Salina, you don't just help people who have, but you help people who don't have. When you invest in Salina, you open up a job for a single-parent mom who may not have an opportunity. It's closer to the north end. Maybe I don't have a car. Maybe I can walk to my job to downtown. When you invest in Salina, you invest in those people. Tell you one last story. I took my son's Devin, 23 years old, trying to get in med school at KU, and I said, hey man, let me ride you around town, because most kids, when they graduate from Salina High, Salina South, Salina Central, they go to college. He went to Bethany, and the last thing they want to do is right now move back to Salina. But I took him to the field house, and he said, wow, they're doing that in Salina? Took him by the medical building and said, hey man, maybe the good Lord wills and you do your part, maybe you'll be a med student and maybe you'll be in Salina. Then we took him down Santa Fe, and we took him to where potential housing could be, and took him to where old Chicago could be. He said, Dad, man, Salina's potentially doing something. My daughter left today to go back to Colby, and she said, Dad, good luck today. Almost like saying, Dad, do something that if I ever get to move back to Salina, it'll be a place I want to come back to. So what I'm appealing to you is, if we invest in it, this doesn't help the person who has money, but it also helps the person who doesn't have. Because there's more jobs and more opportunities that maybe that low income, medium income person who doesn't have a car, who lives close to the north end, can walk down, go to work, provide for their kids, and go back home without having to do something illegal, without having to do something immoral. So I encourage you, I ask you, make the investment. Not just because of the people who are in the room who have the funds, but make the investment for the people who are not in the room who don't have. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your work. We look forward to and we're excited about what potentially we could do in Salina. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Okay, I was just going to ask you. That's true. Yeah.
I don't know how you follow that.
I don't either. Hard to follow Pastor Allen. He always brings a slight tear to my eyes. He knows how to do it. Okay.
How long did it take them?
You want to read first?
45 minutes.
All right, the staff have anything else?
Okay. All right, I guess it's my turn.
Okay.
It became clear that I probably earned the dubious distinction of having the longest staff report and slide presentation in modern history, if ever. And I feel compelled to apologize, but I'm going to stop short of that, just because, as the city manager mentioned, the significance of this project, the complexity of this project, and our commitment to transparency in terms of making this project known to the community as well as you make this decision is very important. And this is the first opportunity that the public's had to learn much of anything in detail about the project. So having said that, what I've tried to do is distill about 750 pages of documents into this presentation. Admittedly, it's pretty mechanical. I will do my best to move it along and skip things that we've already talked about. So this evening, upcoming action items are the Star Bond plan itself, the development agreement, the downtown CID ordinance, the hotel CID ordinance, the alley CID, the IRB resolution. In the near future, we may have to amend the neighborhood revitalization area since it provides a tax abatement that we would need to capture as part of the tax increment financing approach that I'll speak to in a little bit. And then we also need to select a designer and proceed with streetscape design. So those are probably the most imminent items. Following closely behind, we have a number of agreements, and we'll talk more about what a transferee agreement is, but there's a car museum, apartments, the star bond issuance itself, a supplemental agreement, which we'll speak to as well, hotel transfer agreement, the alley transfer agreement, Old Chicago, the Stiefel, and then as additional unknown projects or unidentified projects at this time come online, there'll be need for transfer agreements for those as well.
Can we get volume up on that?
Yeah, it's a little light. I thought maybe it's my hearing messed up.
Try to get a little
Maybe you're not-
closer.
yeah, you're not
Well,
close enough.
might be because it's not on. Can be a little difficult for me to move.
Yeah, is there a handheld mic? It's in there.
Oop. Is that better? Okay. So the Star Bond Plan is one of the primary items, and we've already talked about the Salina 2020 being involved, the legal counsel Posanelli, and then Canyon Research prepared a feasibility study that's attached to the Star Bond Plan, and that served as a backbone for the start of the conversation. The city manager addressed the names that are and firms that are identified on this slide, but legal counsel all the way through our revenue study consultants development strategies. So Star Bonds, in summary form, are intended to capture and redirect the tax increment above the base year, which is June 1 of 2014 to May 31 of 2015. I believe it was Don that spoke to the fact that base sales tax that was captured in that time period, that amount will continue to go to the city sales tax base as well as the state sales tax base, and then the increment above that amount is what can be captured and redirected for Star Bond eligible cost. It also captures the local sales and use taxes and transient guest taxes, and it grants cities the authority to issue special obligation bonds, which are referred to as Star Bonds. So within Salina 2020 also spoke to the fact of eligibility. The Secretary of Commerce deemed it eligible as a major tourism area, and that there is some acquisition requirements that really aren't applicable. There was a opportunity for the County Commission or the Board of Education to determine that it would have an adverse impact on their tax base and oppose the project. Neither of them did. That timeline has lapsed, and so that the opposition is not an issue at this point, or the possibility of opposition. A couple of guidance items that the Kansas Department of Commerce provided. They look for projects to be statewide and regional destinations that increase tourism, and they provide some guidance that they want 30% of the visitors to a proposed district to travel beyond 100 miles and 20% to reside out of state. Well, that gets a little more difficult located in the center of the state than it might in Kansas City on the state line, but the Star Bond Plan and the feasibility studies speak to those criteria and conclude that those are met. In terms of expense eligibility, I won't go into great detail other than to say that we've been mindful of what expenses are eligible, and the sources and uses of funds in the development agreement have been built around the eligible expenses. Plan preparation, once again, we followed the process. There's a kind of a detailed outline there, everything from identification of the district and the plan contents. One of the required elements is a comprehensive feasibility study prepared by the city, and we'll speak with that in a little bit. Another required element is that the Planning Commission determine the plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, which they did. And then there's kind of a catch-all category of any other relevant information. So once again, the plan was prepared with that in mind, and it meets those requirements. In terms of feasibility study elements, they look at the ability to pay the cost of the projects, the effect of the project on other Star Bond projects within the state, contributions to economic development of the state and the region. They look at the market study and the ability to gain and retain market share, and then they also look at the cost benefits of the project. In terms of plan approval, that process starts with a resolution and calling a public hearing, which you have previously called the public hearing and closed it. You conducted it and closed the public hearing. And then upon conclusion of the public hearing, you may adopt the plan by a supermajority, 2/3 vote, which in the case of 5 commissioners requires 4 votes. Then there's also some timelines for submitting the plan to Commerce, which had occurred. And then upon approval, we have to transmit to the various county and school district representatives to process the plan if it were approved. In terms of bonding authority, there's a maximum of a 20-year bond maturity. The bond financing cannot exceed 50% of the total costs, and it's payable from, as I mentioned, the state increment, the city increment. There is an expectation on the part of the Department of Commerce that the city would pledge 100% of our city tax increment, which this proposed approach does. And then we may, at our option, pledge all or a portion of transient guest taxes, but once again, they expect a 100% contribution. The county has an option to pledge the county's tax increment, which I don't believe they've been approached, and that's not part of this plan. I think those are the highlights from that slide. The development has to commence within 2 years of approval, and the project's to be completed within 20 years. The district can be changed. There's a process for that, and we may request authority to issue bonds in excess of the original approval somewhere out in the future, and there's a process for that. So the Salina 2020 walked through the projects, and I believe you've seen the sources and uses of funds, and it's been reported in the newspaper as well. But a quick summary of the $154 million total project number that's often referred to as the field house at 10.8, parking for the field house at 1.6, the med school at $7 million, streetscape at $12.1 million on the upper end of the range, Old Chicago at $3 million, the downtown hotel at $19, the Alley Entertainment Complex at $6.1, Stiefel Theater at $2.2, existing retail investments at $2 million, vacant and new construction at $31, the Car Museum at $4.7, the Lee Buildings at $17.5, medical student housing at $3.5, and then there's $33.3 million of other costs attributable to contingency on streetscape and field house, as well as developer costs and those type of fees. So as a quick rundown, that would be how the $154 million total is reached. That is irrespective of private funds, public funds, Star Bond, TIF, CID. We'll get into that in a minute. So, as Jason mentioned, we've inserted question slides throughout, thinking we might want to take a break, and I certainly don't want to, well, I'll defer to your discretion on whether you wish to hold your questions or whether there's anything at the moment that you wish to address.
Questions? Go ahead if you have.
Okay.
Questions?
Hoping somebody else would go first so I can finish writing these down. And some of these questions I probably know the answers to. I think some of them, I think some people at home or out here might not know the answers to.
Certainly.
And others I'm not sure if I know the answer to. And I'm not sure whether I should be asking you or Salina 2020, or probably I think they're more directed towards Salina 20.
Yeah, Commissioners, if you feel comfortable just asking the question, we'll try to figure out how to field it, and that way you don't have to worry about that.
First question, when you look at downtown redevelopment in most other cities, housing is an integral part. It puts people on the street. Those people can give business to the local entrepreneurs there. With all of the plans for housing originally expressed in this project, why is housing being put on the back burner in the initial phase of this?
I'll take a start from our perspective, but I don't think I can fully answer that question. I think, as you know, as we focus on trying to get an agreement to move and get the project started, of course, the housing. There are 2 housing projects that are identified in the major list of projects: the potential redevelopment of the Lee Buildings, and then the potential construction of apartments, presumably for medical student housing. Those are the 2 that are highlighted. I think ultimately it's really up to a couple things. One is what both parties can agree to initially, but I think the first priority has been increment generating projects first and foremost, and tourism projects as well, for a couple of reasons. One, without increment, you really can't do anything else. And I think secondly, the tourism piece is what creates the synergy that was talked about of trying to bring people into town. And then, of course, the increment generators, in essence, are the ability to collect the increment and fill up those pots and create opportunity. And so the focus from a negotiation perspective has been, for the most part, I think, on trying to get those in place first as part of what we call the core projects or first projects. But so it's really kind of out of that negotiation process, and I think those are the main emphasis for that. But I don't want to speak on behalf of Salina 2020, and certainly if they'd like to address that, certainly welcome that.
Has there been any preliminary or any feasibility done on the market rate? I mean, we used to call it market rate housing. Now are we calling it medical student housing? Is that the same thing?
Yeah, I think, and we've always kind of referred to it as market rate on the presumption of just market rate rents.
Okay.
Because at this point it's not been identified initially as a transfer-free project, and even if it had, of course, the next step in this is if this agreement is approved, and then there'd be transfer agreements or basically separate development agreements for each project component, including those potentially. Because of that, we haven't seen a feasibility study, but I can't speak to know what feasibility work has been done. We haven't done that on the city's behalf.
Okay.
Trace Walker, Salina 2020. I could try to address that question. We did have a feasibility study. A group out of St. Louis, I can't bring their name to mind, first, maybe Commissioner Blanchard, on the question of medical student housing, it sort of started out as that idea, and there was a local business person that was interested in building the apartments, and as we began to study the numbers, I think we found out what a lot of people have found out in Salina. Right now it's a bit of a challenge. That's why there haven't been market rate apartments built in Salina, and so the feasibility study again showed that it would be a stretch to try to do it. And but we haven't forgotten about it. We intend to work very hard on it. But I think to address your question about it being on the back burner, typically what we've learned from other cities we've visited, and they will tell you that restaurants come first, retail is second, and residents are third. We have to create a place downtown where people have a real desire to live. And so that's why these other pieces we think need to come first. And we'll be working very hard to bring that housing component into the mix. But it's just kind of a stretch right now. And I think 5 years from now, I think it won't be a question of the market rate apartments, but which market rate apartment project do we want to take? But first we have to create, I think, the demand for downtown. So.
If it were to come to pass that 5 years from now, there's still not that, we still don't have that demand, are you committing to go forward with them anyway, or?
No, I would not. I mean, I can't make a commitment of something I can't control.
Well, I ask only because it's a major part. You keep putting it in the mix of your math, so I take it 15 years from now, if it doesn't pencil for you, you're not going to do it.
The reason it's in the mix is because we wanted to make sure that we had your approval. I think if you would go back to the slide, or maybe Mike will be coming to it, we asked for, I think, $928,000 in tax increment financing to help fund a market rate apartment project. Even with that incentive, we've struggled to find someone to do it. And so we're going to continue to work on that, but I can't promise something I can't control. I will promise you we'll work hard on it, but we don't have that. We don't have that component right now.
Right, and I'm not asking you as Lighthouse Blue Beacon. I'm asking you as the master developer.
And right, and as the master developer, I promise that we'll continue to work on it, but I can't promise a project because, excuse me, I'm sorry. I just. The master developer in this case is a group of local, volunteers that have fronted some money to help, bring this project to get to this point today, but they don't have the resources to build market rate apartments at this time. So
Could I ask a follow-up question about the housing? I noticed that, like, in the numbers, like Commissioner Blanchard mentioned, the Lee buildings are included, in the private investments. And today, frankly, was the first thing that I'd really heard anything tangible about that project going forward. I don't know. I realize that we want the numbers to look good in terms of the private investment versus the public, but just for my own comfort, I've been taking out the medical student housing and the Lee housing just because I think that's a ways down the road. And like I said, today was the first that I'd read about it in the paper.
Well,
in terms of that
I don't-
development, actually
You bet.
moving forward with potentially a development group, et cetera, et cetera.
I don't think that's necessarily, Commissioner Hodges, a bad way to look at it. Since we first met with Jason almost 3 years ago in the commission, shortly after that, how many different people have looked at the Lee buildings? I think we've probably lost 2 that have had it under contract. So we were as thrilled as you today, I suspect, to hear that a local group is going to take another try at it. And I think they've got the partnership with, I think that if I read the paper right, and this is the first we've heard of, this fellow that has the apartments that I believe you all went and many of you went and visited in Lawrence. So he appears to have the expertise and the finances to help get it done, along with the local group that did the Hawthorne project. So we're excited about it, but I'm not opposed to looking at it conservatively. We've had it in there. We've thought a number of times. We had it nailed down. We thought Cohen Esri was going to do it. So this has been a pretty fluid process as we've went along. So
As we go on that and sort of on the just going down the list here, I believe Don mentioned earlier, or I don't know who it was. I wrote the list. It might have been yourself that said one of the things that you're attempting to do here is to get the ball rolling so that other third-party developers would be interested in coming in and looking to do projects. And so my question is about that 33 or the 31.2 million of vacant and new construction. And that is what do you as the master developer have in place? Who do you have in place, or what do you have in place there that will help you provide and market a retail mix that will be successful for downtown Salina? Is there a plan to have a certain mix, or is it just as they come, we'll build it?
I would say the latter is closer. I guess this might be my time to fess up. We are not professional developers. We have never claimed to be. We're doing the best we can with the time and resources we have. We've had a lot of things fall our way, things like the KU School of Medicine, the new information on the Lee buildings, Car Museum, Old Chicago, things that the incubator that we didn't have at the beginning, and we think those things will continue to come, but we don't. We're going to continue to work hard. You have to remember that the hotel has probably taken the biggest risk financially of any of these projects, just in terms of size, about a $20 million risk. And so I can tell you that our organization, along with other members of Salina 2020, are going to be working real hard, because every time we get another Old Chicago or an incubator or whatever it is, it's insurance for the success of our hotel. And so we're going to continue to work hard, but we're not professionals. Yes, you can, sir. Please.
Again, Alan Smith, 1319 Parkwood, and just kind of a little housing picture, just a little history. Probably 8 or 9 years ago, when Ann Rollins was still over the housing, we formed a CHODO, Community Housing Development Organization. I've been on that board for that length of time, and it's always been my passion as a pastor, as a leader in the community, to say we need to have housing that addresses not just the high end, but the low end. And so in the process of working with Pat Beatty and his group, we've done the Hawthorne group and working with them to make a project feasible and still someone be able to live in it and also be profitable for whoever the builder is. So things have happened, had contracts on the Lee building with other developers, and those things kind of fell through. But just very recently, and the reason the article just came about is just very recently, Pat, myself, developer out of Lawrence, the opportunity came to try to secure the rights to begin to look at the Lee building. I believe, and I'm not trying to put us in a box and commit, but I think what we've seen in working with Pat on the Hawthorne School, we've done 2 phases of that and been successful. We've got some projects outside of Salina, but I think we've kind of identified a model, and really can't put you in definite numbers, but let's say it's a phased model. I think the paper said maybe 50 units, and we'll kind of progress on. But I think there is a group of the Community Housing Development Organization, Pat Beatty and his Overland Park group, and a group out of Lawrence that says, okay, we've done it successful somewhere else. Let's pick up the Lee building portion, and I think it'll be sooner if the numbers work. And I'm not saying we've done all the work, but we think we've got some models that say we agree that the housing portion should be a portion that we should be looking at while we're looking at the development of the commercial areas. So there is a group, myself, Pat Beatty, and a group out of Lawrence, who we made the announcement today in the paper, hoping to get it before this meeting to say, hey, I know it was off the table, one developer fell out, but here's a triune working together to say, hey, we think it's a part that we're bringing back to the table, and hoping sooner than later that in a business-wise, smart way, in a development way that'll say, okay, let's add to the housing, let's bring people downtown, not just to shop, but also to live. So, John, I agree with you. I think it's a part that, because of that, we're here today to say there is a group, three entities working as one, to try to add that piece back into where the previous developer who had the Lee building, that didn't work out, and we're believing, as you believe, it's all coming together. And it's going to come together, and we're going to make it all work.
Yes, sir.
All right?
Yes.
Thank you. So, if there's any questions, I mean, and Pat, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but is there any questions? I don't think we have a whole lot of details, but at least we put out something today.
Right, and I think that Mike mentioned earlier that
Right.
Wasn't the Lee building taken out of the TIF district in an action?
Yes, previously.
Few months back. Didn't we take that out of the TIF district?
Yes, we identified some properties that were going to come off the tax rolls that probably made sense to lower the base to start, and then we also identified the fact that the Lee buildings likely needed TIF financing as a standalone project.
All right, because if I remember right, the gap for the Lee building was a pretty big gap at one point, and we'd have to figure out, in addition
So
to.
John, we're going to bring it back to you, and I'm sure we're going to make something work.
Yeah, commissioners, to go one step further, we really felt that because of the size of the buildings really that are there, there's a lot of square footage there, and it's difficult in a community this size to absorb all of that at one time when you're talking about a housing project. Therefore, there's more risk with that project and more dollars that need to be infused. As a result, when you think about putting it in the current TIF, that would spread those dollars out for other projects. We really felt that for that to have the highest likelihood of success, it needed to have its own incentives applied to it to stay with that project. And if it was in the TIF as created here, that wouldn't happen. So we felt that would harm the potential for success. But by separating it, it actually increases the likelihood.
Okay, Doc. Commissioner? Excuse
One
me.
more from Mr. Walker while he's up here. And I was getting prepared for this last night and this morning, and I came across this quote in the book: "It is better to debate a question without settling it than to settle a question without debating it." So, I'm just
No problem with the questions.
All right.
We like Jason and Mike have said, we certainly have nothing to hide. We want to be completely transparent, and so we're just like the city. I think we're doing the best we can with what we have at our disposal. So,
a little pointy question, but I noticed in the Canyon research studies and the development strategies reports, which will probably be addressed a little bit later, their forecast for the demand for hotel rooms based on new tourism downtown included the capacity of other similar hotels in town. And notice the Hilton Garden Inn, which is going to open this summer, was not included in either one of those reports. Do you think that facility is going to materially change the revenue
Well, I
projections?
probably should have our hotel guy come up and answer this, but I think the answer he would give you is that whenever you open a new property, it takes a while for the market to sort of absorb that. So there'll be a period there where it could impact our project, but not sure when ours is going to open, so maybe that absorption will have already taken place. That'd be my guess.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one on one of your slides, the one that had the title was plan approval. There you go. Can you tell us the second bullet point below? You have on there with the note on it. Department of Commerce requested review of plan and development agreement prior. You're talking about what was done prior to us getting the letter.
Correct.
The letter that we have now.
Yes.
Could you just summarize, because it was characterized earlier that letter was basically the stamp of approval of Commerce, and there were quite a few conditions on that. And do you have a slide where you're going to discuss those conditions later?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I can't scroll to it and
Okay,
quickly.
I just wanted to kind of marry those two together, and for looking at
Correct.
it later, I'm happy with that.
Okay.
To set that up to commissioners, typically, again, one of the differences in this project and some others is if you think of a project, let's pretend we're in the Kansas City metro area and you're a suburb fighting for relevancy against other suburbs in the large metro area, and you have a project. What you're typically going to have is you're going to have a developer who comes in and controls a single large parcel or parcels of property all in one large piece. And they're going to have for the most part, they should have, by the time they get there, all the project put together, and they, in essence, are there to control their full destiny. In this particular case, because we're talking about a downtown area with multiple different properties, not all together, it's a completely different approach. It is. There's no question. It's not the typical approach that you see, and I think you guys are familiar with that and what that means. And so that actually has an effect, and Mike will get into it, but it has an effect on how the overall thing is structured. And so that's really kind of the precondition behind all that probably will kind of leads to the question. I don't want to take Mike's thunder as he gets to it in his presentation, but that's one of the reasons that you're going to see certain aspects are different, and even Commerce's approach is a little bit different, because normally they'd have a letter, and I think Gary Anderson could stipulate that's very similar to that, but because of that structure, has an agreement that's going to lead to multiple other agreements, that because it's going to deal with, in essence, different individual developers rather than all a single developer. That's what creates that environment. And one of the reasons I think that their letter said, hey, because we really thought that they wanted to see the development agreement ahead of time, but in essence they said, and they're getting hit by a lot of things, quite honestly, right now with star bonds because of people wondering what the legislature is going to do, but they ended up saying, hey, we're going to look at your development agreement later, but we'll give you conditional approval with those conditions that Michael hit later. They're going to go ahead and do that so as to not hold us up and allow us to move forward. So they're reserving the right to go ahead and apply their scrutiny to those specific agreements as they get here and before bonds are issued. And that's the difference in how they're doing that because of this type of project, and I think because of time that they have.
Just one question before we go to the next session. On the downtown CID new business fund, is that money earmarked for purposes other than the new business funds and I guess the TIF and the...
Correct. The development agreement contemplates the creation of funds for each one of those, and then it also identifies that we'll need to negotiate a supplemental agreement that'll speak to more specifically the use and administration of those funds. But I'll get to it in a slide later. There's a percentage allocation of each one of the sources, and then they go to particular funds, and then the supplemental agreement, either the transfer agreement or the supplemental agreement, will speak more specifically to the use of those funds that are created.
All right.
Is that helpful?
Okay. I'll wait. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Moving on. One of the we've talked about it some, but one of the questions is funding sources, and there's quite a few in play here. There may be one stone left unturned, but I think the intent was to leave none unturned. So at the core of it is private investment, followed by public investment, star bond financing, but it's more than just a star bond project. There's community improvement district financing, tax increment financing, industrial revenue bonds, the neighborhood revitalization area that I spoke to a little bit, and then there's also sales tax reimbursement. Not so much use of sales tax reimbursement to incentivize future projects, but there is a project within the district that previously received sales tax reimbursement that we'll need to address. So trying to simplify the star bond process, we've talked about the base, and that base, I've been working diligently with the Department of Revenue to work through the numbers and establish a number as a base during that calendar period. So then the next thing is an estimate of the city's sales and transient guest tax going forward based on the revenue study that we'll speak to in a little bit. And that then represents the growth or the increment to be captured. The estimated state sales tax growth, it relates to that as well, and that's increment to be captured. And then it becomes a question of how many star bonds can be issued. We'll speak about unbacked and backed star bonds in a little bit, but essentially the first presumption is if we know what we know in the way of the revenue study and the projects and we go to the open market, what might we be able to sell in terms of star bonds. So that is a sizing exercise based on the market's acceptance, and that's an exercise that will happen somewhere in the future as we're closer to star bond issuance and we know more about the projects. On the assumption that stops short of the full amount that we wish to issue, then the discussion turns to the possibility of the city backing star bonds, and that would be backing the amount that goes beyond what the market might accept, and we'll speak to that in greater detail later. So at that point, whether it's unbacked and backed or whatever combination, you now get to the total star bond issuance, which is a debt issuance on the front end of the project that generates revenue that we then can invest in eligible expenses and eligible projects, which is the point of the development agreement, and we'll go into in much more detail. The development agreement identifies a range, a minimum of $17.1 million with a target of $19.1 million. Tax increment financing, very similar, and as was previously mentioned, this is a pay-as-you-go method, so there's no bond issuance involved. It's capturing of the increment and then redistribution of the increment once it's captured. But once again, you identify and establish the base property tax. You're trying to estimate and capture property tax increment or revenue growth. That's the increment to be captured. Those, in this pay-as-you-go scenario, those funds are deposited into a TIF fund. So there's no debt issuance in anticipation of them. Rather, they're collected and placed in a fund. They're then made available for eligible projects that certify full completion of the project. The way the development agreement's written, it's a reimbursement once the project's complete. And the city distributes the available funds per the development agreement. So, as mentioned, pay-as-you-go does not represent a financial bond issuance on the part of the city, nor does it represent a risk that we need to capture that revenue later. Rather, it's whatever performance there is gets captured and can be used for eligible expenses. It should be noted that the sales tax are typically captured with the TIF, but they've already been accounted for within the star bond financing. So this particular TIF would be targeted at property tax increment only. Community Improvement District financing is also pay-as-you-go, and it authorizes a new CID sales tax rate. That additional sales tax is collected, and the funds are deposited into separate funds. The eligible project costs are certified at full completion, and those expenses are reimbursed, and the city distributes the available funds as provided in the development agreement. As a quick breakdown of the different types of investment in terms of the overall $154 million project cost, by my math, there's $105 million of private investment, $17.7 million of public investment, 19.1 is the target number for star bonds, 9.2 for CID, and 4.9 for tax increment financing. And once again, I'll stop there.
Does that one, just on your last one, just while we're there, does that 17.7 in the public financing part, What all does that include?
The bulk of that is the streetscape at the 12 million number, and then there's Field House, are the two biggest by far.
Are utility relocations included in that?
Yeah, they're
And
in
then
the
what
number as
about,
well.
in the instance of at least the car museum, do we put any value on the land that we're contributing?
I didn't for the purposes of this math.
Okay. And so, is that supposed to add up to 154?
Roughly.
Okay, you were close. 155.9.
Well, I had to round things here and there.
Okay, so technically, then, there's $50.9 million of public money. If you count all of the taxes, different entities' tax money, but it's still technically public money.
Sure. Depending on how you wish to categorize that, I assume that you're adding the public, the star bonds, the CID, and the TIF to get to that number?
Some of it belongs to the state, some to the federal government, some to the city, but it's...
Right. Well, that's a good point.
Somebody's public money.
I labeled it as public, really meaning the city, I guess. That might have been a better descriptor.
I mean, we can get other people's public money, fine, but...
Are you considering the things like a car museum private?
The car museum's funded by the star bonds, and so it's in that star bond number.
Oh, there is a 19.1 there. Okay.
Okay. So, in addition to the Canyon Research feasibility study, the city hired Development Strategies as an objective third party to develop a revenue study. And I should stress that it is a draft. In fact, it's very intentionally a draft until right up to the point of star bond issuance so that they can finalize the report to reflect whatever new information that there might be. And so they were hired to be that objective third party and develop the draft report, and it'll be submitted to the Department of Commerce, and prior to bond issuance it'll be finalized, and the final report will contribute to the market assessment of the star bonds and help them bond buyers get an understanding of the project and the revenue projections. And so they looked at each one of the increment generators and the details of the project and provided observations and assumptions, and their observations and assumptions are vitally important because they identify the project's available revenue or increment in their professional opinion. They also address the question of impacts on the ultimate star bond issuance size, and they serve as a basis for a determination on whether we should proceed. They are our representatives on our behalf of reviewing the revenue generating capability of the proposed project. So they evaluated each one of the main anchors. They identified project assumptions. They conducted market analysis. They prepared sales projections. They estimated the flow of eligible tax revenues. They identified the nature of the projects. And as we dealt with Stiefel, our star bond underwriters, they pointed out the significance of what they refer to as construction certainty, meaning the project has some certainty to it, and I'll speak to the details there, but possibly a transfer agreement, certainly, possibly a construction loan, performance bonds, things that give the bond market enough confidence that it is a certainty worth investing in, compared to more prospective future growth items. And Development Strategy spoke to both of those, but they did make a distinction between the status of each project. So with respect to Save-A-Lot, that is an up and operating project. It actually, the timing of the Star Bond District was such that it was formed prior to Save-A-Lot opening, so all of their revenue represents increment generated and can be captured for the Star Bond issuance. From August of 15 to October of 16, they generated $2.82 million in sales, and typically that's not a public number that's disclosed publicly, but they were a party in the sales tax reimbursement agreement that we entered into with them, and so we actually reimburse back to them the sales tax that they generate, and that makes that number a public number. So Development Strategies was able to then utilize that in some of their considerations. They compared a supermarket consulting firm's estimate of average Save-A-Lot sales at $85,000 a week to the performance they're seeing at this local Save-A-Lot at $43,000 a week. And they assumed from that $43,000 base 2% annual inflation growth, and 5% annual sales growth from years 3 to 7 of the project as they ramp up to full performance. So with respect to Save a Lot, that's the takeaways from the development strategies report. With respect to the field house, they identified 5 similar facilities within 125 miles. They spoke to those facilities about their performance, the number of tournaments, their fees, the number of participants and spectators, whether they were local teams, whether they were regional or out of the state. So the report discusses facility details and the tournaments hosted and teams per tournament, percentage of non-local teams. The assumptions that they incorporated into their revenue projections were that there would be 26 tournaments per year by year 5 at the Fieldhouse facility, that those tournaments would average 46 teams per tournament by year 5, that 68% of those teams would be non-local, and then they went into the actual attendance projections, 8 to 12 people per team and 12 to 30 spectators per team, and average tournament length of 2 days, and average high and low visitorship, as well as spending per day, both on each person's share of a hotel room and their more discretionary spending on meals and shopping. And then they also assumed that 15% of the visitor spending would be captured in the Star Bond District. So to Mr. Booz's prior point, the remaining 85% would be outside the district, hopefully in the community, and represent sales tax revenue outside the district. The alley project, once again, they looked at 6 similar facilities within 100 miles. And when I say similar, not bowling alleys, but family entertainment centers. And the report then discusses the facility details, the demand, the patronage at the Wichita and Hutchinson alley locations that are owned and operated by the proposed operator of the Salina Alley. They talked about the Salina demand between Wichita and Hutchinson. They assumed it was between Wichita and Hutchinson's numbers. The split of weekdays and weekends, the split of visitors within and beyond 30 miles, the average spending per person, and they confirmed the $4 million annual revenue projection provided by the alley, and they did not assume any spillover spending, that as if someone went to the family entertainment center and then spent somewhere else. They focused it on the alley itself. With respect to the car museum, they looked at 6 automobile museums within 225 miles. They discussed the sites and visitors visitors per year of the nearby 6, the entrance fees and days of operations. And then they made some detailed attendance projections. They projected basically 9,500 total visitors a year, 2,400 of those being local and 7,400 of those being non-local, accounting for adult, children, discounted ticket prices. They identified an average ticket price of essentially $8 in total spending per person. And so they estimated total taxable sales of $342,000 generated by the car museum. And I would note, the car museum, as previously mentioned, is a tourism generator that was identified as helping satisfy the state's tourism generation expectations to be eligible as a Star Bond project in the first place. The Stiefel Theater project, they identified 4 theaters within 150 miles and spoke specifically to the Stiefel demand and anticipated schedule going forward. They identified theater renovations of adding more usable space, including food and beverage, and the possibility of a basement venue. They acknowledged there were 75 events in 2015 and assumed growing 2 events a year for the next 10 years, and assumed growing essentially 10% each year in attendance. Which put them then at 95 events in year 2025 and in the total annual attendance of 55,000, which is a 26% increase from 2015 numbers to 2025 numbers. I think historically they were able to see that 65% of the visitors are from outside of Saline County, the average ticket price of $30 and then average additional spending of $21 to $40 depending on whether you're local or non-local. And they assumed a 20% spending capture rate in the downtown, with 80% of that additional spending being outside the district. The Hilton Suites, we spoke about that a little bit, but their supply observations were that Salina has a healthy range of hotels and motels, with the greatest number on the interstate at I-135 and Schilling. On August of 2016, there were 2,100 hotel rooms at 33 properties, and there's 2 new hotels that will be adding 214 rooms. They observed that the demand was greatly affected by the Great Recession, and they estimated 580,000 overnight stays a year. And they noted that the three main drivers for hotel stays in general are business travel, leisure and tourism, and meetings and groups, and that there was 58% occupancy citywide, and that the average daily rate was $70 a day. So with that as a backdrop, then they spoke to the Hilton Suites more specifically, noting that it appeals to business travelers and that it will appeal to the leisure travelers attending downtown events. They estimated 41,000 room nights. The hotel developer predicted and development strategies reviewed the basis of those projections, as well as additional targeted analysis that was provided, and concluded an occupancy of 76.5% was their projection, and an average daily rate of $125 a day. So, as I mentioned, the developer commissioned a more targeted analysis because the 58% occupancy citywide is both the entire spectrum, not just both ends of the spectrum, but the entire spectrum. And the Hilton Suites is a more targeted product. And so they commissioned a study looking at Holiday Inn Hotel and Suites, the Holiday Inn Express, the Hampton Inn, and the Courtyard by Marriott being more representative of their product line. And I think Hilton Suites may actually exceed those by a little bit. That targeted analysis is being done on a monthly basis and averages 72.2% occupancy and an average daily rate of $104. So when you look at that more of that niche, it's a lot closer to the projections that the developer provided for Hilton Suites. So then they did the basic math of the number of rooms by 365 days a year by the average daily rate, and then applied a 76.5% occupancy rate to confirm an estimated revenue of $4 million a year, noting that both sales and transient guest tax rates apply in the hotel scenario, and all of those will be captured for a starter bond project. And so there's also the restaurant component of the hotel, and the developers indicated that the quality would be comparable to a Houlihan's or a Houston's, with an entree price of $15 to $25 and estimated $2.5 million of annual sales. Old Chicago provided information that it'd be an 8,600 square foot restaurant with a patio, $3.5 million of sales based on their performance in Garden City, and the assumption was annual inflation of 3 to 5% through 2021. We spoke a little bit about the housing question earlier, and I wanted to note, as it relates to the revenue study, that they did acknowledge the Lee Building project, the 32-unit apartments, as well as the potential of the Kansas University Med School generating demand for housing. And they acknowledged the positive aspects of all of those, but for the purposes of calculating revenue and estimating revenue, they did not factor in or anticipate any revenue as the result of any housing developments. That would all be ancillary above and beyond any numbers that they assumed in their report. So the conclusions that they reached are that the district attractions are expected to generate off-site spending of $2.6 million in 2017, rising to $7.7 million in 2036. The current downtown capture rate is 3.3%. They assume that with the development of the project, it would rise to 20%, but that still leaves 80% not being captured in the district and being spent outside of the district. And then they identified total net new demand increasing from 1.3 million in 2017 to 22.6 million in 2036. So then, I should also note a few more underlying assumptions. They assume 2% inflation rate beginning in year 2. The Alley Hotel Museum in Old Chicago opening in mid-2018. So in terms of the timing of the Star Bond District and the increment generation, they assumed opening mid-next year. They assumed 25% increase in downtown sales by 2023. And there's no significance to the third bullet point being last. That's my error. They included the city's increased sales tax rate that went into effect in October of 2016. So we also get the benefit, because of the timing of the formation of the district, we get the benefit of the increased sales tax rate that was approved by the voters. So that then leads them to their revenue projections. So in terms of the hotel and restaurant, they projected over the life of the district $18 million in increment. The downtown restaurants and retail, $12 million. The Alley, just about $8 million. Save-A-Lot, almost 4.9 million. Old Chicago, 6.9 million. The Stiefel Theater, 623,400, and the Car Museum, 157,700. And these are actual sales tax and transient guest tax increment projected over the life of the sales tax district. So that then totals $50.8 million. And I'll stop there. We'll get into a little bit more detail in terms of what portion of those numbers are construction certain and what portion are speculative in the impact on the bond sizing. But with respect to the revenue study, that was a pretty quick run through, but I guess my takeaways would be that they started with the Canyon Research report, they started with the developers' projections, but then they independently verified all of that by identifying similar facilities, identifying competitors, contacting them, vetting those numbers. So at the end of the day, Development Strategies would say that this is their professional independent opinion and that they would offer that up independent of any information provided by the developer.
Commissioners, to add a little bit to that too. Once we had a first draft, we looked pretty closely at it. We had a lot of questions for Development Strategies. We never said you need to change anything. We really wanted that report to be independent, which it is. But we did have many questions about assumptions, and they went back and looked at those questions and went back and provided a second version, which at this point is what you'd call the most current version. So there were things that they looked at and said, hey, we feel pretty strongly about our review. There were things they said, hey, there's a couple pieces of information we think we need to adjust things. And so the numbers varied a little bit in the end, but in the end, quite honestly, their numbers aren't too far off from the Canyon Research. They're a little bit lower, and we anticipated they might be because they come with maybe a little bit different context in the beginning, but they're not really that significantly different, even with some of the changes they made. So, and we said, depending on your eyes, it's easy to pick out things and say, well, I think this could be right and this could be wrong, and based on our own experiences. But once they really did their due diligence, we, as a staff, we felt like that's their independent report, that's what we asked for, and that's what they gave us, and that's what we accept. So that's kind of where we ended up with it.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you do. Okay.
Got to find the page where we started and going back to the last questions. Okay. First question, and it goes down to Save-A-Lot, and what you just kind of mentioned. One of the questions that I have is, why was Canyon Research number so far off from Development Strategies? I mean, it was almost double.
Yeah, well, I certainly don't want to speak for Canyon Research, but I don't believe they had the benefit of the actual sales tax performance. It wasn't until we got into sales tax reimbursement and disclosed that sales tax reimbursement amount that Development Strategies was then able to do the math backwards and determine actual performance versus assumed performance.
Right. Okay, and then on Save-A-Lot, on the assumed the 2% annual inflation growth plus the 5% annual sales growth, do those numbers move the overall number from the actual $43K a week to the $85 a week that
No.
DJL?
Right. No.
Where does it move the needle to?
To be honest, I haven't done that calculation,
Sorry.
but it'd be 3, 4, 5, 6, that'd be 25%. So 43 to maybe 50, a little over 50.
Okay, and then that's what when we go to the back page here, that's what the 4.9
right
number comes.
Yeah, the 50,000 a week then converts to an annual number, and then the number at the end is over the life of the district. Sales tax generation over the life of the district.
Okay. And then I've got a question for the field house assumptions, but it's more tied into the Hilton, and it kind of a quasi thing, and maybe Don might be the person for this, and that is there a thought that that you've got a major market driver? Is the major market driver the field house or something like the hospital or business days? Because
well, both. The hospital more weekdays. The field house will be more weekend.
Okay, And are you figuring out on the weekend you're going to, like, what about the weekends when there's not tournaments?
Well, first off, the facility's all suites, so it's the only all suites product in town, so it'll have an appeal that no one else can deliver. Secondly, it's truly full service with the restaurant, which is odd for Homewood Suites, but that's what we're doing there. The other thing is we're doing some things to appeal to the tournaments too, which is not exactly what you asked, but typically you have rooms that are kings and you have rooms that are double queens, so 2 queen beds. All of our 2-bedded suites are 2 king suites, and that's because some of the tournaments have fairly large kids. It'll appeal to the college students that are here for Wesleyan competition, so it'll have some appeal from that perspective. Also, one of the biggest complaints you get when you give a corporate traveler a double queen room is they wanted a king. So we have zero risk of ever giving a customer not a king bed. So that'll help. But it's a delicate balance of the extended stay component with the tourism. Hospital, 43% of the hospital's patients are from out of town. We learned that in our research. That's a fairly appealing number. Unfortunately, there's that many sick people. But it is a tremendous source of business for the community.
Okay.
We think the Stiefel functions, and then we think we're going to create a lot of excitement downtown.
All right.
And we do so both in Kansas City and in Wichita. We exceed the market. I'll tell you right now, a combination of occupancy rate. The last 30 days, we ran 200% market share in both markets. Our current Hilton Homewood Suites in Wichita has been ranked the top one in the world in their Homewood Suite system almost continuously since we opened in 2006. We have 60-some national awards from Hilton for product excellence, customer satisfaction, and that's the same type of service that we're going to deliver here. So that's what will fill the rooms on the weekends.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Okay.
And thanks for the segue, because my next question was about the Stiefel.
Okay.
And backing up to that, in fact, as far as the $2.2 million in improvements, and are we breaking down costs later on?
Yes.
Okay, I won't get into that. Would that be a better time to talk about what the improvements?
I think so.
Okay, I'll hold off on that. The assumptions on Old Chicago, I did a little research on this, and the Old Chicago's average unit volume is 2.8 million. So are we thinking that this is probably going to be one of the more? Is it bigger than most? I mean, is it a bigger footprint, or?
It's definitely a bigger footprint based on the building they're occupying.
Typical Old Chicago prototype is 5,500 to 5,700 square feet. This is a 9,000 square foot building. They lose about 500 square feet to non-revenue producing space because the building's 100 foot long and they have doors at each entry, so you have corridor to serve. But they wind up with 8,500 square feet or so. An interesting component is a meeting room that they plan to have. They felt that was a really good component to feature for the field house. I know when I was traveling with my daughters in competitive volleyball, if we could reserve a meeting room, order ahead for that 2-hour session in breaks and go have our food, eat together and leave, it would have been tremendous. And he's quite a entrepreneur. He's having some pretty good success.
Well, I do know that their prototypes or their typical units are end caps and.
Yeah.
And
well, they used to be bigger, but they've
right,
just like
okay.
Houlihan's have shrunk their model to that 5,500 square foot model. But they also think they're going to have quite a bit of effect with their outdoor seating, which is interesting in this component. Rather than literally being outside, they're recessing the space into the building, so that seating is going to actually have cover and yet be shielded on 3 sides. So they'll be able to use it quite a bit more often than traditional outdoor space, like what they have in Manhattan. And there's just going to be more of it. So they think people are going to be very excited about that.
Very good.
That is included in the square footage.
And then just, Mike, just the last question on the conclusion part is, am I reading that right? We're looking at moving from 3.3% sales tax capture citywide to
Yes.
20% citywide?
Well, there, yeah, I may not have
Am I
summarized
reading
that
that wrong?
correctly. Currently, the sales tax in the district represents 3.3% of our total sales tax. And yes, they do estimate that it'll grow to 20%.
Okay, that's without automobile dealerships or furniture stores?
Well,
or
there was a little bit of discussion
ticket?
about other sales tax generators that aren't typical retail, and frankly, that was kind of ancillary and insignificant, so I didn't go into that in this PowerPoint. But as we looked at sales tax generation, sales tax per square foot, there was a recognition that there are sales tax generators in the downtown that are not your typical restaurant retail, and they just applied a more typical assumption about their growth over time. So,
Okay. And are they bigger ticket? I mean, because to get to 20% citywide, you got to have some big ticket sales.
Yeah, no, I think their assumption is geared at
Was volume, okay.
the downtown projects, not others.
Okay.
Okay, moving on. The star bond sizing, we've talked about the fact that we engaged Stiefel as special counsel for star bonds, and we've talked about the general observations. And I should say that they had observations about changing market conditions, the need to properly structure the bonds, the need for experienced and capitalized developers, revenue study projections and the importance of them, experienced bond underwriters, the consideration of whether it's a risky investment, and they noted that the vast majority of the bonds are sold upon project completion. They also had project-specific observations, and this will be finalized as we approach bond issuance, which could be 18 to 24 months out from now. But as we had conversations with them, they expected debt service coverage above average in the 1.3 to 1.5 range, and I'll explain debt coverage in a minute. They also talked about the need to mitigate construction risk. Examples that they provided were guaranteed maximum price contracts, payment and performance bonds, insurance policies, equity or other debt commitments, leases in place, deadlines and liquidated damages, and project funds held in escrow. So those are things that we'll take into consideration as we discuss transfer agreements potentially. I apologize. I thought I spoke to debt coverage. I guess I spoke to debt coverage in the staff report, not the PowerPoint presentation. But debt coverage, debt service coverage is intended to essentially be a buffer in terms of revenue so that we're not assuming a one-for-one revenue generation and application to bond principal and interest. So essentially, if they required a 1.5 coverage ratio, they would expect 50% additional revenue above and beyond what might not be necessary to make the bond principal and interest payments. And that's a conservative approach to estimating revenue and sizing the bonds. And so as we go forward with the project and get more specific, bond coverage ratios will become important. I mentioned previously that the construction certainty and speculative projects and development strategies noted that the downtown growth in restaurant and retail, that $12 million figure is the one item that doesn't have construction certainty that would go with it. And so if you back that out, that then takes that $50 million projection down to $38.6 million. And that's more like, there's still timing issues related to commencement and completion of each of the projects, but those are probably the projects and the total that is more applicable to a construction certainty. And so as we talk about estimating the bond sizing, Stiefel had plenty of conversations with staff and talked about the variables. I should say they were extremely reluctant to speculate about a bond sizing at this point, that it was premature and we weren't far enough along. They noted that the bond issuance is 18 to 24 months away, and I assured them that we would relay to you their concerns about the variables and make sure that they were aware that we were aware that any projection they might provide would be very heavily laden with caveats until we can get further out into the future. So in your written staff report is a memo from Jim Leahy with Stiefel to me that goes into greater detail about those caveats and those concerns. I summarize them as market conditions, changing market conditions, interest rate, somewhere out in the future, the project and the bond design, the market comfort or receptivity to the project, bond coverage that we spoke about, construction certainty, the amount of unbacked versus backed bonds, and then the construction certainty. A vast majority of the non-rated development bonds are sold once the project is completed, and so that's a consideration as well. Having said that, they developed a couple of scenarios. One was just the unbacked, knowing what we know today, making quite a few assumptions, what might be able to be issued in terms of a bond sizing. And so their assumptions were 1.5 coverage. That's on the high end of the range that they identified. 18 months of capitalized interest, and that is essentially borrowing enough money to be able to use that borrowed money to make bond principal and interest payments for 18 months. And that may not be necessary. And then they assumed a true interest cost of 5.2%. In that scenario, they had a total bond sizing of $16 million, and that left project funds available of $12.79 million. And it created a shortfall from the 17.1 lower goal of $4.3 million. The difference between the total bond size and the project funds available are everything from bond issuance cost to debt service reserves, a lot of the mechanics of issuing the bonds. But essentially, the 12.79 number would be the unbacked bond sizing that they estimated at this point in time. I would stress that we asked them for that, and it was provided really as a point of reference. It's not their intention that that is the number today, and that'll be the number 18 months from now. So then they ran a second scenario, recognizing that $17.1 million wasn't generated in unbacked bonds. Once again, they assumed a 1.5 coverage, 5.2% true interest cost, 18 months of capitalized interest, and they created a senior and a subordinate bond structure. The senior bond sizing of $15.8 million and project funds of $12.5 million, and then the subordinate bonds would be the city-backed issuance. That, given the fact that we would be backing them, had a lower coverage ratio, a lower interest rate, and still had 18 months of capitalized interest. So the coverage ratio was 1.16, and the interest was 3.33. That generated a subordinate bond sizing of $4.6 million and project available funds of $4.5. And there's a lot closer margin between that bond sizing, the project available funds, and that's probably where I would need to turn it over to Roger Edgar to speak in greater detail. But the point there is scenario 2 was their structuring of a backed and unbacked scenario that would generate $17.1 million. So factoring in the differences in coverage rates and interest costs, they identified $15.8 million in senior bonds, $4.6 million in city-backed subordinate bonds to get to a $17.1 million project total.
Commissioners, I want to jump in real quick. What this does is that all it does is simply, when you see, okay, there's total amount of revenue, it helps you convert and say, okay, what does that support as far as bond issuance? And again, the idea, as Mike mentioned here, all that's really intended to do is to go through an exercise to give you an idea at this point in time, because it will vary later when bonds will be issued. And as a matter of fact, there's more work involved when you're actually sizing a real bond issue than simply trying to put together a projection. But when you look at that with the unbacked in that roughly $13 million range, and that's plus or minus, and then you look at what could be we have one scenario on backing. There's a lot of ways you can apply backing, and that all gets worked through later with the bond underwriter and with our financial advisor. But the point of all that is we were kind of working from that number before, somewhere close to that. So that sort of reaffirmed what we were working with before when we thought about, well, what's the possibility with a fairly high coverage rate and certain interest rate assumptions about what this could cover. And so when we're talking about, and Michael hit the risk later, but when we're talking about the risk, yeah, there's always a risk that if not everything happens that you want to happen, that it might not cover. And so that's how when we think about how to mitigate the risks, that helps us to think about, okay, that might be a risk, so let's go ahead and try to mitigate that. So if by chance that would happen in the future, we've already thought about that, we've planned for that, and we've helped that risk not to have the same impact as if it does happen. It might not, but if it does, it won't have the same impact as if it would if we simply were blind to it and didn't deal with it. So part of our role is to help not only identify, but to provide mitigating aspects to this. We'll talk a little bit more about that later, but that's a piece to just give you a framework, and that's really all it's intended to do.
So the next information that I've got are observations about what city-backed star bonds mean and what that might constitute. And Roger Edgar's in the audience, and he provided the comments, but I'll try to go through them quickly. Essentially, it's the city committing to fund any shortfall between the star bond revenues and the principal and interest payments on the bonds in each year. The development agreement includes a city commitment to a minimum size issue of $17.1 million. So we would then pledge our annual appropriation of the city's sales taxes, and any shortfall would have to come from the city's other sales tax receipts that we have available. The city has to make that commitment each year in the budget to fund any shortfall. It's a contingent liability, meaning that it could be called upon, and we need to acknowledge it as a liability. But it is a contractual commitment which must be approved each year, but it is not binding on future commissions. So it is commonly referred to as a moral obligation pledge. But at some point, a future commission could refuse to make that appropriation. Even though a future commission could refuse, the investors believe the city issuers have high ethical standards and they're going to honor the commitment, and that's where the term moral obligation bond comes from. Investors are generally unwilling to buy the appropriation bonds because they understand, are willing to buy the bonds because they understand that failure to make an appropriation would have a negative impact on the credit worthiness of the city. And these commitments are often used by cities to make long-term commitments which may be associated with a bond or security, but do not constitute a true general obligation debt like you might be more familiar with. And they're not part of the city's statutory debt limit. So with respect to bond sizing, Mr. Gage spoke to the reason that we asked Stiefel to produce an estimate and the way that we might make use of it with respect to backing the bonds. Tried to address mechanically what that means and what that might represent somewhere out in the future. If the time comes that it becomes necessary to back that would be a sales tax, or that would be a funding commitment that would have to be identified at that point. It's not fully binding, but there's an expectation that it would be honored.
And to give a little bit more context to this, the projects that are out there in other communities, could be Kansas, could be other states, there are various approaches to the bonding. There is the pure market approach, which is issue as many bonds up to whatever you need. If the market will purchase those bonds, allow you to do that for your project. And so you're susceptible to what the market would absorb, what the market would buy in those bonds based on those assumptions. And you will typically see a higher interest rate with that, slightly higher interest rate, and it varies, and higher coverage rates, things that make it more secure for the bond buyer. When a backing comes into place where you say, we have a moral obligation that's set up and an annual affirmation of that to use a revenue stream, and sales tax would be the likely revenue stream for most community, to back the bonds. What that means is that you can't, for the most part, you don't or can't walk away from the debt service payment even if the project doesn't generate the full increment. And so from a bond buyer's perspective, that's pretty attractive because they say, oh, okay, they're going to back those, so there's a little bit less risk in the project. So even if I think it's a really good project, I'm optimistic and I would invest, as a bond buyer, I'm going to be thinking about other things I could invest in as well. And so, what's my portfolio going to look like? Would I take this project and invest in it or something else? And having backing strengthens that. It lowers your interest rate. It lowers your coverage ratio. It makes your principal, in essence, the dollars you have, stretch it a little further too. And that's why you do see that. And they're both are common approaches. I'm not really going to say which is offered more because it depends on the community. We've seen Manhattan did a large backing with theirs. Some communities do, some communities don't. And what we've talked about in the way your agreement's set up is really potentially a bit of a kind of a hybrid in a way, but it doesn't address exactly how the backing's applied. It just addresses the amounts and where the backing would come into play. But it kind of gives you an idea of what the difference would be between backing and not being backed. And what we have done is when you approved your capital improvement plan recently, and you looked at the sales tax, your existing sales tax, we were able to, I think, hit your primary goals, which is move forward with the river project. That's a primary goal you talked about. Add $2 million to the sales tax investment in streets. We were able to do that. Program some other projects that were important to you. But the other thing we have is we built in the ability, if we ever needed to make debt service payment at this point on up to about $5 million in bonds. Now, I don't know that we'd ever need to do that, but that's part of mitigating the what if. And what happens is as you get started, the project gets going, the construction pieces are built, they open up, we start seeing real numbers come in, we get a feel for that. If we meet or exceed expectations, we're in a position to back down that impact to the capital improvement plan and be able to release those funds for other things. The other thing that's a bit of the coverage not only is beneficial to the bond buyer, even though if it's sun-backed, it's fairly high at 1.4, 1.5, but it also takes a little bit of the risk off of us as well because it's already built into the issuance assumptions. So this sort of helps us too and helps reduce the risk that you might have. So that's a mitigating factor as well. So part of what we want to do is not only educate on the differences, but talk about how those risks, which are always out there, but how they can be mitigated so that when you do decide to make a decision, you can understand that. And so that's really what we wanted to do with that piece.
So if this project, if I understand it correctly, drastically underperforms, what risk do we have that the river project won't get done or the capital improvements won't be able to be funded out of the sales tax?
Yeah, the projects, from the sales tax perspective, the river project, the streets, those were two of probably the most publicized commitments of saying we really want to do this. They're not legal obligations, but they're practical obligations. Mm-hmm. Those are already built into your capital improvement plan. We expect you have $2 million more for your streets this year. We're meeting that goal. We expect to meet it in the future. It's in your long-term plan. And with your river project, we already have assumptions of debt service not to exceed $1.35 million. That's already an assumption in your long-term capital improvement plan. So we are able to do those things, plus address some other projects, and still provide what would be a fund balance buffer, just in case it's needed to offset quite a bit of this risk that's out there, maybe even exceed what the risk would be with that. But we were able to do that. In essence, if you think about, well, what would be lost, what would be traded off, it's really more of some of the unknown stuff in the future that really hasn't been identified today. That's what might be. But in the end, it doesn't take that many years. Once you get the projects up, you really have good actual numbers. Like we talked about, Save-A-Lot's already there, so we have those numbers. We'll be able to have those for these projects within let's say after a couple of years after they open, you get a pretty good idea, and then we can adjust accordingly. But we just always want to be extra cautious as a plan B, so that way you feel more comfortable with your plan A. That's really what it's for.
Just a question as it kind of plays into that. That's under the assumption that you lose nothing that's already there. I mean, that's under the assumption that you're able to retain everything that is there.
Yeah, truly, you definitely want to retain and then build upon that, and you actually want to exceed your projections as well if you can.
Well, right.
But sure.
Let me ask this in terms of scenario A and scenario B. The development agreement that's under consideration here contemplates scenario B, correct? To where what we're saying is that anything, whatever the difference between the market rate number is and 17.1, the city will back.
What it really addresses the potential for two scenarios. The first is if the project package is deemed really a strong package put together well for the bond buyers, then your target is 19.1 for a fully funded project. So your development agreement presumes that if the market will support 19.1 without any backing, that's the most optimal situation. Right. So it does assume that. And then it also assumes that if for some reason the market doesn't can absorb a full 19.1 and it would actually be less than 17.1, that you would back what it would take to get you up to 17.1 right. for a minimum issuance of 17.1. Right. So yeah, it does address the B, but also kind of addresses A as well. It does both.
Right. Let me ask this as far as if the scenario does, but that is what the development agreement is that there is a certain number of back bonds should the number come in less, the bond sizing come in less than 17.1.
Yes.
In which case the 2.0 would come off of the streetscape, the public streetscape, and that's how we get to the 17.1. Let me ask this. On those annual appropriations, and Gary, I appreciate your answer to my questions earlier this afternoon, but on the annual appropriations, do those, if we have to pledge that Does that have any bearing on bond ratings or other bonding considerations that the city might have? I mean, statutory limits, et cetera?
Well, let me answer the second part, and then I'll let Roger answer the question about ratings. It does not apply to your statutory debt limit. It is not, as city manager said, it is not a full faith and credit obligation of the city. It is this limited appropriation that the governing body has to approve on an annual basis. But as Jason also referenced, the expectation of investors is that the governing body will honor this moral obligation, because if you don't, it will have ramifications in the credit markets with respect to other unrelated borrowings that you may do. And investors have a long memory when folks don't honor their obligations. And I'll turn the rating question over to Roger.
Okay.
Thank you, Gary. I'm Roger Edgar with George K. Bauman Company, the city's municipal advisor. These questions are difficult to answer with a simple yes or no. Rating agencies will judge something like this based from several different points of view. If it's not so much that you would make put a contingent liability on your books that would cause alarm with the rating agencies if there were any. I think where they would have questions and want to evaluate your decision would be to the extent that a shortfall would occur, and then you would have to fund based on that contingent liability, and they would want to know what your plans were, what kind of resources and reserves you had available to meet that annual obligation. They would want to know what meeting that obligation might do to your fund balances at the end of the year. So there would be a lot of questions that would really get down to what that would do to the city's financial liquidity, and then they would assess to what extent it would affect your rating. I think they will look at your debt burden, how many bonds you have outstanding, and how much debt you carry, not just for the city, but they'll also look at the county and the school district and all of the burden, what they call the debt burden that your citizens are responsible for. Mm-hmm. And this is part of that snapshot, but it's not quite so direct because it's really a contingent obligation. So if the project's performing, it would have and covering its payments, it would have little or no impact. Mm-hmm. If the project is not producing sufficient revenues and you're being called upon to fund a differential, then as long as you've got a plan for doing that and you're capable of doing it and meeting your other needs and it's not eroding your fund balances, then it wouldn't have much impact. If other things happen, then it could.
So it's very important that we have our fund balance up. I mean, and right now, are you comfortable with where we are up, or do we need to get up?
Well, no, I'm not comfortable with where we are.
Okay.
We're solid for an organization for our daily operations and those types of things. But when we think about the major projects we have coming up in the future, as you know, one of our financial goals, it's in our strategic plan and otherwise, is to increase the fund balances even more really than we initially indicated. And so we have a plan built into the capital improvement plan and the future budgeting to do that. And so we definitely want to get the fund balances in the strongest possible position when we start issuing these bonds, because as Roger indicated, that's one factor, and we need to be able to check that one off and say we've hit that one.
Okay. Just a real quick question on obligations, morally or otherwise. Unbacked bonds versus backed bonds. If we have a report that comes from the underwriter that says you could size this thing at $19.1 million, and we issue bonds for $19.1 million and they don't perform, that shortfall, any obligation, or is it just too bad?
If you're talking about unbacked bonds.
Unbacked bonds.
If we can get enough projected revenues in the analysis to produce the full amount of bonds that are needed to fund the project without any city backing. There are examples where that has occurred, where we've seen that happen with star bond issues, where a project is funded with star bonds and the revenues don't come in as projected in the revenue study, and that can happen. You know, I mean, these projects can overperform and they can underperform, and that's why they have the debt service coverage. But we've seen instances where that's happened. It would not affect the city's direct debt rating. It wouldn't affect your credit rating. It wouldn't affect, it would be a pain in the neck for staff because they'll have to deal with all of that and all the communications with investors and that sort of thing. But it's not so much a direct financial event because unbacked bonds are not an obligation, a direct debt of the city. They're not an obligation of the city. They're an obligation of the only lend they have is on these incremental revenues, not on any city budget.
Right. Okay. So there's an impact to it, but it's not. It's not a financial impact on the city other than. And typically, would I be correct in saying that in your typical star bond scenario where something like this happened and the bonds are unbacked, that those would be covered by a reserve from the master developer?
I don't know.
If the bonds are.
That's a question for Gary. Commissioner, before Gary answers that, what I would tell you is that as we don't do a lot of these types of projects, as you know. We're not like a large metro area or a larger city where you may do a lot of them. I know from a staff perspective, if we would try to arrange your finances to be able to make the bond payments, if at all possible, and even in that scenario, because we would think that's the right thing to do if we could do that.
So we would more than likely, if it came up short and they were unbacked, the city would still write a check for
we
it.
would certainly encourage it because we just really think that's the right thing to do. To me, I think there's a moral obligation in an unbacked scenario, even though that phrase is used more formally with the back scenario. I really think there is. So we would try to help you to do that.
Right, and kind of what I'm getting to here is, regardless of whether you back bonds or don't back the bonds, there is still a level of risk involved in the issuance of those bonds. If you're the kind of community, like I think we are, that would say, and I agree with you, Mr. Gage, is that we probably would say, yeah, let's make these folks whole, because we don't want the reputation of saying we issued them and we're going to walk away from them. But of course, you guys Roger might have something to say about that too.
Well, let me start, and I apologize, Gary Anderson with Gilmore and Bell Bond Counsel for the city. I would strongly discourage any talk about paying bonds that you do not have an obligation to pay on, because that will set an expectation in the marketplace. So I would, you can always do it if you want to, but I would not create any expectation of that. One of the reasons, as Roger said, this is so difficult to deal with is because many times this is very fact specific. Mm-hmm. So is the reason the revenues are short because there was a delay in the completion of the project? You know, there was a construction issue or a delay or whatever, and it's temporary. So you may have to, if you have back bonds, you may have to make maybe 1 or 2 payments, but the expectation is for the next 18 years the revenues will be sufficient. Or is it everything went perfectly and the projects underperform just because there aren't enough people coming to the field house, the state lowered the state sales tax rate, they lowered the state sales tax rate on food. There could be things that are outside of any developer's control. A tornado comes through and wipes out half the downtown. I mean, there's all these what ifs. So it's hard to deal with. Now, one of the questions that you might get from a rating agency, and quite honestly, we have dealt with this question with one of our clients that has not a defaulted star bond, but a defaulted TIF project, is this a indication of the economic activity in the city, or is it specific to this particular district? And in our scenario, it was specific to a particular district that was a major retailer that their revenues came in about 50% of what the feasibility consultant, not this feasibility consultant, had expected them to be. The rest of the city was doing great, but this particular retailer was not doing great. But the city did get asked by the rating agencies when this bond issue went into default some of these questions, and we helped them answer some of these questions. So again, it's very factually driven. So as Roger said, it's hard to give a specific yes or no answer. I know you don't like to hear it from lawyers or probably your municipal advisors. Well, it all depends on what the facts are.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I don't know that I'd add much to that. I agree with everything Gary said. Particularly the part about not trying to wade in and make a decision right now about trying to support unbacked bonds or any gap that you might see on an unbacked issue. Even with backed bonds, it's an annual commitment that has to be renewed by a future commission. And even if you were to decide to fund a gap in an unbacked issue, you would want to know what the facts and circumstances were, whether it was a structural problem that was going to be a 20-year problem or whether it was just a temporary 1 or 2 year delay. And I think, and what kind of sacrifice you're going to have to make to meet that obligation. Right. What's the level of the shortfall? And what are you going to have to forego because you've got limited resources and you've got things that you could do with the money if you're trying to do streets and parks and buy police cars and do everything else that your budget requires. And so I think you have to make those decisions at the time.
Right. And let me ask you this, because it seems, and I appreciate that and I understand that fully. What I'm not understanding is the disconnect to where we're contemplating a development agreement where we say, whatever that gap is, we're going to get it up to 17.1. How does that differ from saying, wait till you see maybe what those structural components of why that gap is there before you commit to the gap? Does that make any sense? I mean, it seems like we've already said 17.1's our number, and it doesn't matter what that gap represents, we're going to get to 17.1.
Well, I would just say, Commissioner and Mayor, that the language in the development agreement with respect to the so-called back scenario provides that the city, the underwriter, and the master developer all have to agree that those terms will be commercially reasonable. Now, that's a somewhat vague and ambiguous term as to what that means, but I think our expectation as your advisors is you're not going to back 17.1 if the revenue study only shows that it will support 15.1 million at 1 times coverage. Now, probably the discussion we're going to have is what is the coverage level going to be? Is it going to be 140 or 150? Is there going to be a lower number? What's the capitalized interest going to be? What are the mitigating provisions that we're going to try to negotiate to protect the city from having to make a payment? Those are going to be the future negotiations around those transferee agreements as to how we try to protect the city if you do decide to back some of the bonds.
Okay. All right. And then just senior versus subordinate bonds, just for public information, that in essence, by the back bonds being subordinate, it basically makes them all backed. Pretty much.
No, I don't think I'd go quite that far. I think because the subordinate bonds are backed, the idea would be to issue as many bonds as you can in a senior structure as possible and reduce the city's risk on the subordinate piece. You can't really go the other way around because no one would buy unbacked subordinate lien bonds. They're just not marketable. It's just not an option in the market. The bond investors wouldn't purchase them structured that way. What we try to do is using, if you think about that 150 times coverage that Mike mentioned earlier, what the market's saying is that for every dollar of projected revenues, we're only going to let you bond 66 cents of debt service, so that you have a margin of safety there, so that if the revenue studies are wrong, there's still some level of cushion there between your maximum bond payments each year and your projected revenues. Right. So we've got that in there. If you think about it, then those dollars, if the revenues come in as expected, are not necessary to pay the senior bonds. So they are available to pay the subordinate bonds. Mm-hmm. And so then we would set about trying to size a subordinate issue sufficient to get us to, in that instance, 17.1, probably 17.1 if we're doing a subordinate issue to begin with, not 19, but maybe not, who knows. Mm-hmm. We would have to, as Gary said, according to the terms of the development agreement, the underwriter, the developer, and the city all have to agree that the terms of that subordinate issue are commercially reasonable. So it has to be acceptable to you as a commission, and as a potential obligor, even on a contingent basis. The terms of that issue have to be acceptable to the commission based on at the time of issuance. So you're not making a commitment today, and we would be reluctant to ask you to do that because there's just too much that we still don't know, and this revenue study is still draft, and all we really know is I'm pretty sure it's going to be different. Mm-hmm. If we get more revenue generators, mm-hmm. It could look better. If something falls away, it might not even look as good. So, but that's part of this effort, and it's complicated. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of moving parts, but it's as Jason said, it's a great opportunity.
Commissioners, to add to that too, I think it goes back again to sort of the structure of this process, because you don't have a development all in one piece of property with a single developer. This really counts on, I almost call it facilitative development, being able to reach out to the developer for this project and that project and the other project, the known projects and the unknown projects in the future, what you call the prospective stuff. And it is different, and I don't know that it could be contorted into a traditional approach just because of the nature and really the location of where it is would make it difficult, because in essence someone would have to buy up all the downtown and it's not adjacent and it's just not practical in the downtown area. So then in the bonding, I think it goes back a little bit to what was stated before, and we as the development agreement and negotiations progressed on that point, part of it comes back to what does it take to generate interest from those potential future developers to want to do their projects in downtown. And because it's not a traditional area with a single developer or team, it's different, it's difficult. And yeah, does it add a little bit of risk because there's a little bit more unknown? Absolutely, it does add a little bit more, but that's again why we try to build in mitigating factors to offset those some and reduce that risk to what we believe is manageable and reasonable level for you. Mm-hmm. So it is different, but we've tried to offset that and make it work for you.
Would the commission like to take a short recess? Yes. I think we have some who would like to recess for about 10 minutes. Is that okay? Yes. Okay. Do I need a motion for that?
No.
Okay. Well, why don't we just recess until about quarter till?
Dr. Davis.
Huh?
Got Dr. Davis.
Oh, no. Probably across right there. Oh, that one's mine. There. Betty, take a seat, please. Come on, Pastor. Come on, Pastor, get a seat.
Where did Trent get lost?
I don't know. He said he had to take it.
Probably on the phone with a patient or something.
Yeah. Is your thing on? Sound like mine was on.
Yeah, I don't have a switch on mine.
Where's Commissioner Davis? Have we seen him?
Vending machine.
Can you go pound on the door? 4. Well, okay, let's go ahead and get started. I know he'll be back in just a few minutes.
Okay, so far we've spoken to the revenue study, which is a required element of the STAR bond plan submission, and then the bond sizing projections that go along with that. So at this point, I'm ready to move on to the development agreement. Scope of the project, I won't dwell on that. We've spoken about the need of the transfer agreements, and I believe it was Trace Walker that spoke about other parties actually entering into transfer agreements and building the various projects. But the development agreement contains some very specific provisions, basically acknowledging that the master developer is not obligated, nor will it design or construct or complete the projects. Rather, they will be done by third parties as subject of a transferee agreement. So, transferee agreement, I won't belabor the point, but each project, there will be a specific transferee agreement entered into between the third party developers, the city, and the master developer, and that'll spell out the details. And the development schedules for the project components, other than the field house and the streetscape, will be provided in the transferee agreements. I have no intention of anyone trying to actually read that spreadsheet that's on the screen at the moment. That's just an example of the project budget that's attached to the STAR bond plan. It identifies individual project budgets. It also then breaks out the different funding sources, the TIF, the 3 CIDs, public and private investment, and then also has some miscellaneous categories in addition to the project budgets. So with respect to the city's construction of specific project components, we're already under construction with the field house, and that's contemplated in the development agreement. It also then addresses the issue of off-site parking for the field house across the street, the Bank of America parking lot to the west, and then improvement of the 2 city parking lots adjoining that to the south. Streetscape with waterline upgrades are estimated in the $10.1 million to $12.1 million range, depending on availability of STAR bonds. Commissioner Blanchard spoke to it earlier. If 19.1 is able to be issued, then the streetscape budget is 12.1. If 17.1 is able to be issued, then the minimum streetscape commitment is $10.1 million. There's also provisions about relocating the utilities around the hotel site at an estimated cost of $250,000 and relocating utilities around the alley site at an estimated cost of $175,000. And then 2 items that we didn't quantify in terms of dollar amounts, but it contemplates transfer of the title of the parking lot that would be in the center of the renovated car museum location on 4th Street, and then vacation of alleys for alleys for the hotel in the alley. In terms of milestones, it provides that the field house will be commenced, which it is, and that the streetscape design contract will be executed prior to or contemporaneously with the hotel transfer agreement, the alley transfer agreement, and the old Chicago transfer agreement. There's been quite a bit of discussion about the timing of completing the streetscape such that those projects are not impacted by street work in front of their buildings when they're trying to have their grand openings or open for business. And so there's a recognition that the streetscape project will probably take the longest or be near the longest of the projects, and so there's a sense of urgency and needing to get started on the streetscape project. And due to that, we've started the process of soliciting designers and proposals for the streetscape design. The development agreement also provides that the streetscape Phase 1 construction will commence upon completion of the design, the transfer agreements for those 3 projects, and our ability to satisfy the Kansas cash basis law. And so that ties into our ability to finance it with temporary notes or proceeds. Then the actual streetscape construction is to occur diligently and continuously once the design is complete, and Phase 2 is to be commenced no later than 30 days after completion of Phase 1, weather permitting, And then there's also provision that the access to First Bank Kansas on South Santa Fe shall not be altered. And so that's a function of whether there's a median in front of their entrances. All other projects are as agreed upon in future transferee agreements. Those will have to be finalized and negotiated going forward. So with your permission, I think that's a pretty short category. I'm going to roll into the next provision of the STAR bonds, and we can catch questions in a little bit. So the development agreement spells out the allocation of STAR bond proceeds, and it contemplates a range of $17.1 million to $19.1 million of total funds to be bond financed, and that the city would commit to back as needed to reach $17.1 million. Moving left to right is the priority order in which those STAR bond proceeds would be distributed. So there is a provision for a city reimbursement of our expenses for the field house of $9.625 million, $1.4 million allocated to the alley, $200,000 to the master developer for land planning, $442,000 to the hotel, $4.7 million to the car museum, and streetscape of $2 million. I should point out that the city reimbursement, from the STAR bond perspective, views the Fieldhouse project as a city project and city-funded project. And so it's not making a distinction between private donor contributions, new market tax credit financing, and city funding. The Fieldhouse is an eligible project, and it's eligible for reimbursement, and so the plan calls for $9.625 million of the STAR bond proceeds to be reimbursement back to the city. The development agreement then goes on to provide that $2 million of that $9.625 would be allocated to the Stiefel Theater, $1 million to the hotel, $1.625 million is a reimbursement for the off-site fieldhouse parking, and that leaves $5 million for the streetscape expense that we are being asked to commit to. And then the note points out the fact that we've already paid for the fieldhouse parking, so that reimbursement essentially is available to also be applied to the streetscape. So at the point that we receive the reimbursement and make the required distributions, we're left with $6,625,000 that could then be applied to the streetscape, which has a minimum commitment of $10.1 million, which I'll speak to in more detail in a little bit. So that is the distribution of the STAR bond funds. The tax increment financing proceeds are estimated at $4.8 million. It is pay-as-you-go funding, 18.3% to the hotel TIF fund, 21% to the apartment TIF fund, 6.9% to Old Chicago, 53.8% to the new business TIF fund. Additionally, then, there is an identified target amount or cap in the hotel fund of $800,000 plus 5% interest, a $920,000 cap in the apartment fund with 5% interest, $300,000 cap in the Old Chicago fund with 5% interest, and then there is no cap in the new business TIF fund. That is all available funds going into that fund. And then if the fund should terminate, either due to full funding of the projects, if a fund should terminate, either due to full funding of a project or the project not moving forward or terminating, any balances in those first three funds would be rolled into the new business TIF fund. So any discrepancies are to the benefit of the new business TIF fund. And the collection period is 20 years for the TIF district. Similarly, the Downtown Community Improvement District is estimated at $7.5 million. It's pay-as-you-go funding. 40.6% of that is for maintenance, security, and programming. That's the $2.8 million number reported earlier. 1% of that is Old Chicago with a $50,000 cap and 5% interest. 39.5% of that is new retail improvement costs with 5% interest on costs incurred, and 18.9% in the existing retail improvement cost fund with consideration of 5% interest accrual on those expenses as well. Again, if it's fully funded, the project does not move forward or it's terminated, any balances are transferred into the new retail CID TIF fund. So that gets the benefit of any balancing or any numerical differences, and that's a 20-year collection period. The hotel CID proceeds are pay-as-you-go. All proceeds are placed on deposit. They're reimbursements of eligible costs incurred in developing the hotel, and it'll be further detailed in the transferee agreement, and the collection period is 22 years. The alley CID is also pay-as-you-go, proceeds on deposit, reimbursement of eligible expenses to be detailed in the transferee agreement and a 22-year collection period. The downtown CID is also pay-as-you-go, all proceeds, same format on deposit. The funds, they fund costs associated with performance of downtown maintenance, security, and programming. Their funds are distributed as they're available per the development agreement and the transferee agreement. The $2.8 million is an estimate, and the details will be addressed in the transferee agreement. The development agreement provides that it'll be performed by Salina Downtown, Inc. The services will be, and that the city and the master developer are to negotiate an agreement with SDI, and that SDI should annually submit financial statements, a performance report, a plan, and a budget for the upcoming year. The city and the master developer review and approve or deny, and in the event of a denial, the city and the master developer shall consult in selection of an alternate party to provide downtown maintenance, security, and programming services. The streetscape project funding, as I mentioned, is a range of $10.1 to $12.1 million, depending on the total star bond sizing. So star bond funding could be zero, or it could be $2.1 million or $2 million. There's no TIF funding. There's no CID funding. The $6.625 million of city star bond reimbursement is available, and then that leaves a $3.5 million public investment as a minimum investment to get from the 6.625 of reimbursement to the 10.1 number. That would be the minimum commitment. At this point, I would note that Tim Horan with the Journal and I spoke about the project and the numbers in detail, and there's a lot of numbers and there's a lot of detail. And one item that was reported in the paper today indicated that $3.5 million was a private investment when it's actually a city public investment. So the development agreement includes that minimum commitment of $10.1 million. The $2.2 million is variable depending on the total star bond sizing. The remainder of that $6.625 million can be spent on the streetscape, and there's $3.5 that we would need to invest above that $6.6. The hotel project is, in the development agreements, estimated a $19 million project. It sounds like from discussions that number may actually be creeping up on the developers as we speak. $442,000 of STAR proceeds, $800,000 of TIF, $1 million of CID, hotel CID, not downtown CID. $1 million of that city star bond reimbursement, $250,000 of city utility relocation expenses, and 16.8, if not more, million of private investment. Commencement and completion of the project will be spelled out in the transferee agreement, but there are what are called precedent conditions that the development agreement calls out that the project will not commence until the cities commence the streetscape phase 1, the alley and the Old Chicago have executed their transferee agreements, and community improvement districts have been established. So as we negotiate the transferee agreements, those are kind of known conditions that are already contained in the development agreement. The alley project's estimated at $6.1 million, $1.6 million of that being STAR. No TIF proceeds, $628,000 estimated to be generated by the alley CID. City relocation expenses of $175,000 to relocate the utilities, and an estimated private investment of $3.8 million. Footnotes are the same as the hotel. Commencement and completion dates will be in the transferee agreement, and the precedent conditions are the same. Streetscape commenced, transferee agreements with the other two projects, and community improvement districts being established. The Old Chicago is a $3 million project, no star bond proceeds, $300,000 of TIF proceeds, $50,000 of CID, and an estimated $2.65 million of private investment. Commencement and completion dates will also be in the transferee agreement. The Car Museum project is a $4.7 million project, with all of that being funded with star bonds, no TIF, no CID, acknowledging a city parking lot donation without assigning a value to it, and no private investment identified. And the commencement and completion of that will be identified in the transferee agreement. The Stiefel Theater project is a $2.2 million project. None of that technically is STAR due to a legislative technicality. It is not an eligible expense at the moment, which is why the deal was structured for a city reimbursement and reallocation. So technically there are no STAR bond proceeds, no TIF, no CID, but $2 million of city star bond reimbursement being redirected to the Stiefel Theater project, then an additional $200,000 to be contributed by the Stiefel or private investment. And the details will be spelled out in a future transferee agreement. The market rate apartments, $3.4 million, no star, $920,000 of TIF, no CID, and estimated $2.56 million of private investment, all to be spelled out in the transferee agreements. So I'm trying to move things along, and hopefully the graphics help, but that is kind of an allocation of a lot of narrative in graphical form from the development agreement. Be happy to try to answer any questions.
If the apartment TIF fund is fully funded, is there a time within which construction has to begin?
That would be something that would be spelled out in the transferee agreement at the point that it were negotiated and executed. It's not in the development agreement.
There is no transferee agreement. If nothing is moved, and
right,
money's just sitting there, at what point does
Well, at this point, you still have the life of the entire project under the agreement. So I think absent any modifications, I think you have that whole time frame for it to be considered because the development agreement does not stipulate the time frame that it has to commence. It's not packaged in with what we kind of consider the primary core first projects. So it's left open-ended at this point. One thing I'd like to add, too, on this, and it's about how the development agreement works. On all the projects but the Stiefel and the Car Museum, okay, all but those two, the projects need to be, in essence, the construction has to be complete, and then the process provides for a reimbursement of funds through the whatever instrument, whether it's TIF, CID, or star bonds. And that's to give you surety that it's done, and then it's done as a reimbursement. And as far as the star bonds, the bonds would presumably be issued and the money already in the pot. On the TIF and CID, which are pay-as-you-go, the money has to be in the pot or you don't have to pay at that point. There's a presumption that they'll be in the pot based on a time frame for repayment because those will likely be in multiple payments versus a single payment, but money has to be in the pot. You're not obligated if there's not money already earned in that pot. The reason the Car Museum and the Stiefel are not in that position simply is because there's not cash because of those types of entities, a not-for-profit entity and another one that's being created for the Car Museum just simply don't have the cash available. So the agreement's set up to do progress payments. So for that to happen, you'd be under an agreement. Other things would have to be in place. And then we would establish through those agreements how progress payments would be made based on progress in the project. So both parties can feel pretty satisfied with that. But it just wasn't practical from the not-for-profit perspective to front all that at once. So we said that's fine. It makes sense to kind of come to the middle and modify that.
And I failed to note in the PowerPoint, you may recall the kind of the provisions if the project fails to move forward, if it's fully funded or if it's terminated, kind of that sweep account approach of the funds. The same thing applies in the apartment TIF. In the event that any one of those three events occur, any market rate apartment TIF funds would go to the new business TIF fund. So they would be swept to new business TIF use.
I have a question on a few questions on streetscape. The initial budget on streetscape was around $8 million. Then somehow it went to $12 million-ish. Then, as we were discussing the CIP, it went to as much as 15.8.
Correct.
In the development agreement, we've got the 10.1 and 12.1 numbers that are sort of that's a commitment up to that amount. If the number's 17 and not 19, the 2 comes out and the 12.1 goes to 10.1. Is that enough to do Santa Fe on if what OH&H came back and told us it was 12, storefront to storefront, question number one. Question number two, if it goes to the 10.1 and not the 12.1, are we still obligated to doing those areas first in front of the different uses?
Good question. There's quite a bit of discussion. There's quite a bit of discussion in the development agreement about that possibility in an alternate streetscape design and phasing in the streetscape. And it's an oversimplification, but suffice it to say that there's a recognition that it's going to have to be finally designed, it's going to have to be budgeted. There's a general acknowledgement of an intent to meet the thematic design of the streetscape, but ultimately, as we get further in the process, we're going to have to budget and design accordingly.
Right.
And that could either be value engineering to the 10.1 number, or it could be a decision to be made later where, from an aesthetic and design purpose, we want more and we want to fund more.
Yeah, Commissioners, to add to that too, the way the development agreement is structured, you don't simply like throw away an area, because the way the streetscape works, the main emphasis obviously is the 4 blocks of Santa Fe, from Elm Street on the north all the way to Mulberry Street on the south, those 4 blocks in a total door-to-door, basically reconstruction for the most part. And then also the other piece to that are improvements in front of the Star Bond funded projects for those. So those are the pieces that are addressed in the budget numbers. So come back to the first question, Commissioners, is that enough? That is the number from Auctioneer Hare & Hare, and it's a conceptual number based on what would be a conceptual and I guess design or vision or concept for the downtown project. Now, most people realize the role of that firm, that company, is to deal with that stage of the visioning, and you're familiar, obviously, with landscape architects and their work. And so that's their role, is to do that. They're not a design firm that designs to construction document level for a bid for a contractor, then take design documents and bid. It's about the vision. It's about what you see. It's not about the detailed inner workings and the construction piece. That's a much bigger piece that's handled in the design process. So what that means is that the estimate is conceptual based on what they know, probably looking at square footages and assumptions of materials and things like that. It's an early estimate. We really don't know if 10.1 fully satisfies that need. We think so, we hope so, and that's based on OH&H and Mr. Boone, Ken Boone, indicating he feels that, well, I'm going to start with the 12.1, that 12.1 is really the real number, can fully do the project, including contingency and design. The 10.1 means you got to subtract $2 million, and that kind of leads to the second question, what would you do? We don't believe it means you can scrap those individual locations, but what the agreement calls for is that we work integrally and closely with Salina 2020 as a partner to talk about what would be reduced. So rather than saying you can pluck this or pluck that, the intent of the agreement is that in essence, this may not be to the same level that we initially would want it to be, or that area might not be, but it's not really set up to say throw away this area or throw away completely that area. So it's more about what you do in all areas. That's really the concept that you have, but you do have the full discretion to keep it at 10.1 if you want to do that. Now the other piece of that too is we talked about, again, the estimate is Santa Fe primarily and in front of those project areas. There are aspects that as a city we look at and we may say on our own should be added to that, and I'll give you examples of those things. The railroad track on 4th Street. Doesn't have to happen overnight, but once you open a car museum, whenever that happens, that could be down the road, you're gonna want to have to do something with that railroad track, and it's a used railroad track. It's functional. You don't want to leave it in the condition it is today. That's not in the estimate. There may be some parking lot repair. There may be some sidewalk repair that may not be in the estimate. There may be some trees and bushes. There may be some other aesthetic tie-ins we want to do that aren't in the estimate. We do want to look at all that stuff and make sure that we're comfortable, because you don't want to in essence have a project like that and have the nice areas and then walk a half a block this way or a block that way, and there's some areas you say, we should have done something there. So it's probably a lot of little things that will have a tag to them that we will need to look at when we do final scoping, and we will do that so you get a better idea. So that, in my opinion, will be added on, assuming 10.1 and 12.1 are accurate numbers. But you won't really know, in any project, that's the best estimate you can get at the concept stage. You don't really know until you get towards the end of the actual design, and then you get what would be considered, hopefully, more accurate design costs because you have a full design right before you bid, and then obviously when you bid, you actually know what it's going to cost because you have actual bids from contractors. So that's sort of how that works in the long term.
And then just a question, you can help me out on this, is that when I get asked questions by taxpayers that say, when I look at this reimbursement for the Star Bonds, and then I see we're doing a streetscape, and we take $3 million of that reimbursement for the public end of it and give that to two private entities, and then we still have to bond for an additional $3 million for the streetscape. How's the best way, how does that come about? Why are those priorities in the reimbursement part of that field house?
Well, I think when you look at the two aspects you're talking about, one is the contribution to the hotel and the other is to the Stiefel. Are those the two you're speaking of? In the end, it's about balancing all the aspects of the project and trying to determine what does it take to get all the pieces in, and those are two of the pieces. Obviously, the hotel is the largest project piece in there, and it's the best increment generator because of dealing with property tax, sales tax, and transient guest tax. So it's really the largest, I won't say generator is not the right word, but collector of taxes, really, when you get people downtown. And so it's just, that one is really, and you have to decide this, but from our perspective, that's placed as the number one priority for collecting taxes of people that come into the downtown, and you want that to be really successful. And so ultimately, it's about what is the total cost of that and what incentives does it take to make sure that happens.
Well, because I just go back to the initial promise that was made to the taxpayers that said the only thing that was going to go to the hotel was going to be help with the parking lot. And I'm all about helping with the water and sewer relocation, but, and this isn't a surprise to anybody up here, I would prefer that as much money that we can put into streetscape and not have to bond additional on that is my preference. And so that and then the $2 million for the Stiefel, it just seems like we made an effort to say we want $4.5 million for private contributions to the field house, and although it's a different part of this Star Bond project, it's still the 4.5, and in essence, it basically, by giving that $2 million increment away, it basically says your private donations on that were 2.5 without the Stiefel. How do I justify that? I mean, how do I, you know what I'm saying? It's like, get me there.
Right. Now, the way, as a staff, we look at it is we compartmentalize the projects. We try not to make assumptions on how they could or would relate or interrelate, because if I did that, I would probably likely be wrong, so I don't want to do that. But so when we look at that, we know that from the input from Salina 2020, and I don't want to speak on their behalf, so I'm going to ask them if I misspeak to come up and clarify, maybe give you some more detail. But my understanding is when they first looked at water generators in the downtown that they believe could be successful from a market perspective, and that's based on Kenyon Research's experiences, and also from the Department of Commerce, the Stiefel Theater bubbled up as one that they felt was worthy of investment to do that. And then basically they feel, I believe they feel that in order to make that happen, there needs to be that assistance in place to elevate the Stiefel to be that contributor. But the issue that was run into was statutorily, there was a change in the statute some time ago, and depending on who you talk to, sometimes things get dropped by accident when there's a statutory change, and this one affected star bonds and tax increment financing. And the ironic thing is that the theaters are highly desired and really liked by Commerce, but when that statute was done, it dropped them out of being eligible, as Mike mentioned, for increment. And so the only way to get increment is to use dollars that we have as reimbursement and to be able to then forward those over to make sure that project can get done, and that you also have a project that will be under an agreement that everybody's comfortable with, can actually add people in the seats, in essence, for the event. So that's how that one kind of came in. And I think the hotel is really just a factor of a major, large project, biggest hotel investment we've probably ever had, really, in the downtown, and trying to just help mitigate the cost impact of having it there and what it takes to do that. That's my understanding, and like I said, I would certainly defer to Salina 2020 if there's anything else that would need to be added or clarified with those two questions.
Okay. I appreciate that answer.
Mr. Walker.
Trace Walker with Salina 2020 and Lighthouse Properties Blue Beacon. I sure want to clarify one thing. You went back to a meeting in front of the commissioners, I think that's now over 2 years ago. And I believe we've stuck exactly with what we said at that meeting. We said that we would fully fund our hotel project except for the cost of parking. Most all downtown businesses, the parking is provided. The incentives, the total incentives that Lighthouse Properties is getting for the hotel does not cover our land and parking costs. So we have not veered 1 inch from that promise. And we asked for, and we said, and help with public utility relocation. So we have not changed what we said 2+ years ago. As far as go ahead, Guy.
Well, I think I'm not going to get the numbers correct because I can't remember that far back. But I think when we first started the discussions with the state, we were working on what was Star Bonds going to fund. And when we first started, there were components, and one of them was hotel. One of them was help to cover the parking for the hotel, and it was streetscape and all those things. And that negotiation changed all of those numbers. So I guess I can't trace it exactly for you because, like I said, I don't remember. But I think if we go back and look at what each, as Jason was pointing out, what each project is getting, it's not drastically different from early on. Where it's coming from exactly is a little bit different, but I think what you pointed out is those are Star Bond dollars that are being redirected to the hotel. And so, again, I think early on that they were Star Bond dollars that went directly to the hotel, but because that wasn't approved through the state, it was the way we were able to get it done and still
we originally requested, $6 or $8 million for streetscape and Star Bonds, and they came back and said, they said zero. We went back and said, how about $2 million attraction specific, and they granted that. I believe, Jason, that's the way I remember it.
Yeah, that's a good point because initially Commerce, if you look at what was initially kind of asked for and discussed with Commerce, you didn't see nearly that much for the field house, and you saw, as they mentioned, a lot more for streetscape. But what Commerce said is they said, well, the field house is your biggest generator. That's what we want to invest in. And we were like, well, we've already got that funded in essence, but we're allowed to get a reimbursement and reallocate the reimbursement. And that's why you see it as a reimbursement. But Trace is correct in that it was flip-flopped differently before with more actual Star Bonds towards streetscape. And then they responded with that and said, well, streetscape's great, and it's a great complementary piece, but at least at this point with this secretary and this group, they said, well, we just don't want to put a lot of money from Star Bonds directly into streetscape because it's not a direct revenue generating piece, and we'd like to focus on direct revenue or tourism generating pieces. So they were able to identify those locations in front of the revenue producing projects and have $2 million in streetscape dollars from Star Bonds that they said would be okay as long as it's related to those pieces, and that's how that evolved.
Is this the last time we're going to address any of the other core components?
I believe so.
Okay.
We get into industrial revenue bonds, neighborhood revitalization, and then future considerations and risks.
I have a question that might be for Gary Anderson, and that is in regard to the alley, in the alley project, the legislature made some changes last session to the legislation, and part of it was about not allowing like automobile dealerships into these things. They had talked about not allowing an existing business to close and move into a Star Bond district.
Correct.
It was for the poaching thing. Was that ever passed, or was that just discussed, and is that something that may come up and impact the alley? Because as I understand it, according to the very first article written about the alley in the Salina Journal, was that the owners of the existing bowling alley in town are the owners of the alley, and that the one on Broadway would be closed when this one opened. Is there any?
Yeah, the Commissioner, the legislation, the Star Bond legislation was amended last session with a few changes, one of which was the poaching cannibalization provision to sort of prevent a retailer who is outside of the Star Bond district to moving into the Star Bond district and then capturing all of that revenue, because from the state standpoint, you know, it's the same revenue. It used to be over here, and the state got it. You move it over here, and they don't get it. So they passed a provision that basically excludes that from being captured. I don't know the details of the ownership. Maybe the Salina 20 Funny folks could answer that. But if that is, in fact, the case, that will be a challenge.
Okay.
A little
That is in the
technicality.
legislation currently then?
Yeah.
On
Okay.
that, does that prevent the business from moving or just the increment being captured?
Just prevents the increment from being captured.
So they could still move,
They
but the
could
money
still
stays
move.
with the state?
Yes.
Gary, do you recall if that change addressed only basically post formation or post bond issuance, in essence, poaching or pre?
I don't think it has a grandfathering provision, but I can double check that.
Any other questions?
Okay.
Let me just, it's the 2020 group, was my statement accurate? Is it the same ownership, or it is the same ownership? Okay. All right, I appreciate that.
I certainly won't go into the details on the slide of the industrial revenue bonds because that covers the entirety of industrial revenue bonds. But suffice it to say that IRBs can be issued to have the net effect of rendering properties fully or partially exempt from property taxes and sales taxes. The development agreement contemplates the use of IRBs solely for sales tax exemption purposes for the hotel, the car museum, and the alley. And then additional requests may be considered on a case-by-case basis. I would also note that the resolution, we had some conversation about targeting the initial IRB resolution that's on your agenda today to the hotel, the car museum, and the alley. And so the estimated number that was used in the resolution was $30 million. In speaking with the developers after the packet was distributed, it appears that the hotel costs are rising to the point that the combined total may be more like $32 million. So it's still in keeping with the original intent of pre-acknowledging IRBs for those three projects, and the resolution only takes one action, so we'll have an opportunity to revise it if that's satisfactory to you before you have to act on it. But I did want to call that to your attention.
Commissioners, just to be sure that everybody's clear on that too, and it's on Mike's slide, but I wanted to verbally hit it. It's on the sales tax exemption is just to the construction materials. It's not, because I don't want anyone to think, oh, wait a second, aren't we relying on that sales tax to be part of the increment? And yes, we are, and we will collect that. It's just on the materials piece for construction materials. That's it. So there's no confusion that we don't lose that future increment from the sales tax generated from operations later.
So then with respect to neighborhood revitalization areas, we already have an NRA in place that covers the downtown district, and it overlaps the TIF district. It provides for tax rebates up to 10 years, and projects that are currently qualified for tax rebates within the district have varying remaining lives on their rebates. And so that approach would conflict with capturing property tax increment for the purposes of tax increment financing. And so the development agreement contemplates the fact that there are qualified projects that are still, we need to honor the NRA commitment to them and fulfill their rebates for the remainder of their approval, but then also notes the need to repeal the NRA in the downtown district, and so that the NRA is no longer in effect and it'll be a functioning TIF district. And so that's a future action item that will need to be taken, but the development agreement, as I said, both acknowledges the need to continue the rebates for those that have already qualified, and then the need to amend the NRA to prevent any future rebates from being in effect. I also touched on it a little bit ago, but we have a sales tax reimbursement agreement with Save-A-Lot, and it provides that they receive back, as a reimbursement, the sales tax that they generate, up to an amount of $250,000 or for 10 years, whichever occurs first. And so that is still in place. We would still need to honor that commitment. And so the impact of the Star Bond District requirements was that Save-A-Lot was purposely included in the Star Bond District as a major generator. The Star Bond District requires inclusion of all additional sales tax increments, so all of the sales tax from Save-A-Lot would need to go to the Star Bond District, and the city would then need to assume the obligation, the remaining obligation, and the reimbursements up to the $250,000 or 10 years, whichever occurs first. In terms of private project completion and payments, the provision of the tax increment incentives, whether it's Star Bond, TIF, or CID, is after project completion. Jason touched on this, with two exceptions. So they would get full completion, certify that, and then available funds will be distributed as a reimbursement. There's two exceptions to that, the Car Museum and the Stiefel Theater, based on their not-for-profit status and the need for the funding to be able to undertake the projects in the first place. Certificates of full completion and certificates of expenditure are required for all the projects. These certificates require supporting information. The city reviews and approves them in 15 days, and once approved, payment of the incentives occurs in accordance with the project plan and budget, and no incentive payments shall exceed the available tax increment balances. So you've got the Star Bond financing that we generate the proceeds up front, but all the pay-as-you-go items are assuming, well, it depends on the available funds, and we have no obligation to pay unless funds are available. The master developer, it also includes some language about recusal of the master developer, and it addresses handling of conflicts of interest, and it presumes good faith and fair dealings. It requires transparency on the part of the officers and directors and shareholders of Salina 2020. It applies the substantial interest statute to the master developer's dealings, and if applicable for any dealing, the master developer has agreed not to participate in joint approval role with the city if there's a conflict in effect. As far as Star Bond issuance, and the objective is to sell $19.1 million in Star Bonds to fund the primary projects and to apply the least amount of sales tax backing that's necessary. And we've talked about commercially reasonable underwriting standards being applied. If the market doesn't support the 19.1, there's a $17.1 million minimum issuance called for in the development agreement, subject to commercially reasonable underwriting standards. It's an expected 20-year term, single or multiple issuances, depending on how the bond sizing and the projects fall together. They may be sold publicly or privately. It calls for full cooperation and best efforts between the city and the master developer. And the terms and conditions and timing of the bond issuances are based on market conditions and bond underwriter input. Transfer agreements for the hotel, the alley, the Old Chicago, and any other project required by the bond underwriter or the Kansas Department of Commerce must first be executed. And the bond timing is not yet determined, as it's based on the bond underwriter's recommendation of the strength of the project and market factors, and the sales tax increment clock needs to be synchronized as much as possible with the generation of that increment so that we maximize our capturing of increment. Now, having said that, one possible risk factor is if the legislature does not renew Star Bond legislation, then it might be necessary to start the clock yet this year by June, which would then alter the revenue calculations. The current agreement with the Chamber of Commerce provides for the allocation of transient guest tax proceeds, and that'll need to be amended to account for capturing transient guest tax in the downtown. And I'll stop there. I'll pause there. I don't want to be premature, but if there aren't any questions, I'll keep moving. Okay, so moving on to the assignment and transfer of responsibility. The master developer, as we've mentioned before, does not have a direct obligation to complete the projects. That is transferred, it's addressed in the transfer agreements and assigned to applicable third-party developers. The development agreement addresses assignment and transfer of responsibility from the master developer to third-party developers, and the city and the master developer must agree to the transfer agreement terms. Both the city and the master developer can transfer their rights, duties, and obligations with the other's consent. Seems unlikely that the city is going to find someone that wants to take on our responsibilities, but that's a possibility. Third-party developers may freely transfer their rights after their project is completed. So the assumption is that first third party that executes the transfer agreement takes on the obligation to commence and complete the project, but then if they're going to sell their business like any other business might, they can transfer that to another party. And prior to private project completion, the third party may form affiliates, which is a defined term, but they can have affiliate relationships to replace them or joint ventures. They can assign or pledge full rights to an affiliate, and they can assign or pledge their financial rights for securing financing. future considerations, we've identified the streetscape design expense is most likely the first expense we'll incur. The Attorney General, Bond Counsel, and legal opinion for the car museum, we haven't touched on that this evening, but there is some ongoing conversation about interpretation of the legislation as it relates to new construction or remodeling of museums. And so the Department of Commerce has requested an Attorney General's opinion, and we're waiting on that. Ultimately, our bond counsel will also need to opine on the applicability of the statute to the proposed car museum approach. As I mentioned, star bond legislation, the question of renewal is likely going to be brought up in this session, and that could cause us to need to accelerate the formation of the district rather than defer it as currently proposed. We need to address the agreements, both the supplemental agreement as well as the multiple transferee agreements. We'll need to finalize the streetscape budget. And then in terms of project commencements, it's both a question of will the projects commence and the timing of those projects. At the point that we get some of that information under our belt, then we can look to the bond markets and determine interest rates and required coverage and bond sizing, address the construction certainty concerns that we previously discussed, talk about the amount of bond backing that might be needed on the part of the city, and then you look at the actual project performance once bonds are issued and the project's underway in terms of generating the increment as it might have been estimated. So in light of all that, we've then also tried to identify project risks and mitigating factors that might help offset some of those risks. And so as staff has told you before, in every incentivized development project, there's some risk at play. It's prudent to identify those risks, determine their probability, try to realistically weigh them, and identify any mitigating factors for significant risks, whether they can be mitigated or eliminated. And we've talked about timing risks, and just in terms of the timing of all these different elements, general risks and that might be performance or otherwise, and then mitigating factors. So some identified risks are the city's early commitments, financial commitments. We estimate streetscape designs probably in the range of $1 million, and that's an early expense that we'll incur. The Fieldhouse offsite parking, the development agreement project budget identifies that total cost at $1.625 million, and that's likely a cost that will be incurred early. And then streetscape construction costs in the $10.1 to $12.1 million range total, and our funding of that depending on the reimbursement allocation of reimbursed funds. Other mitigating factors is that new market tax credit funding is available for the offsite parking, so that is an expense for us to incur, but we do have some proceeds to apply to that. We could delay or discontinue the streetscape construction, so if we get it somewhere out in the future before we proceed to executing the streetscape construction contract, we could reassess. And there is independent benefit of the streetscape improvements. That is a sizable investment, but it's an investment in our own infrastructure as opposed to investment in a greenfield development or a private project. There's risk associated with future agreements, being able to get the supplemental agreement and transfer agreements finalized and executed. And mitigating factors for that are just the transfer agreements are precedent conditions to the streetscape. So if we're not able to reach agreement on those items, once again, we don't have to proceed with the streetscape construction. We also identified project commencement and completion risks. There's basically 4 key increment generators that we've been talking about, and then there's some ancillary tourism generators. Mitigating factors, we've got local trustworthy community partners that are committed to the community long term. Once again, there's the transfer agreements and the provisions that might be in those. And then construction certainty items suggested by the financial advisors are things that we can make sure are in place to give us additional certainty that projects will go forward. We talked about timing risks, and basically trying to maximize the increment capture. Part of that's that star bond renewal and whether we have to do an expedited bond issuance, and then project completions relative to the bond issuance. The more compact we can get the project completions and synchronize them with the beginning of the district, the more we've maximized increment capture. Mitigating factors for that type of risk are the increment generation by new and existing retailers that are above and beyond the revenue assumptions that we've been talking about as kind of known factors. So while they're unidentified, there's a considerable amount of investment in new and existing retail, and hopefully they'll generate increment that has not been factored into the bond sizing. The bond market itself, interest rates, coverage requirements, the bond buyer's receptivity to the project, and bond sizing, both unbacked and backed. Mitigating factors include construction certainty and addressing those issues, and increment generation by other projects or unidentified projects at the moment. Performance, the bonds are based solely upon the key anchors only, and the mitigating factors are the increment generation by others. In terms of economic or demographic changes, there's the overall performance of the broader economy, whether it trends up or down, competition, and just kind of the cyclical nature of over 20 years of the economy rising and falling. Mitigating factors that we identified were increment generation by the broader project beyond just the key anchors that are used to size the bonds. Future bond ratings, we've talked about that with our municipal advisor, and the impact of the contingent liability related to the back bonds. It's a factor, but it's not a significant financial factor in terms of hindering our ability to issue bonds or causing us significant financial expense. And that can be mitigated by our financial management. Jason mentioned our strategic planning goals of raising reserves can help offset that, and then we can choose to accept and fund the bond rate, the cost increase related to a bond rating downgrade. Future city budgets, we've talked about this evening as well, but the financial impacts of the back bonds, if payments are required, can impact future city budgets, and that can be mitigated by the planning that we've already done in terms of the capital improvement budget and trying to set aside funds as if a $5 million bond issue might be necessary. So we most readily can address them in capital improvement budgeting and operating budget adjustments. And I think that's the stopping point.
Couple questions on the when we're talking about the risk in your possible risk slides. And I'm going to kind of go to where I came into this meeting today, was having more of a problem with the development agreement and not so much with anything else, really. And I appreciate Gary's help on that, because I feel a lot closer to where I want to be on that. But in looking at the total risk package, the actions being taken today on this development agreement, the only risk that we can't mitigate that we'd be acting on today through the development agreement would be the streetscape design, correct?
Yeah, in fact, I went back to that slide because I think the early city financial commitments are streetscape design. Depending on how you want to look at the field house off-site parking, you get some new market tax credit funding for that. It may fall a little bit short, but it'll fund the vast majority of it. And then if we recognize that we can still choose not to proceed with construction, then you're left with design.
Right, I'm talking risk in the sense that we're going to spend money and actually not have anything physical.
Well, we've talked before that we will physically have the plan, and we might choose to implement that plan somewhere out in the future. But having said that, that streetscape design cost is incurred on the front end.
I'm talking for the development agreement today.
Yep.
Because with the whole market, with the whole, I can't remember the language, it's getting late, but with the language that the bond underwriter and bond counsel and us.
Commercially reasonable underwriting standards, yes.
Right. Okay.
Commissioner, I want to be clear, too, on that risk. The development agreement doesn't cause us to initially start design ahead of anything. The development agreement triggers design with certain executed transfer agreements. So the development agreement in itself doesn't really create that risk. The risk is created if we should choose to accelerate design, which we do believe is the best thing to do in order to get the time, because we're really the ones who sort of shoot the gun for the race, and then the others try to line up with their timelines to the best that they can and follow. So we set the pace, and so because of that, of course, staff would recommend that we do accelerate design. So, but you don't have to, but you can. And if you do that, as Mike mentioned, the risk is that you spend anywhere from probably $800,000 to $1 million, somewhere in there, on a design. Now, the risk varies, because if you feel like we would never ever do a downtown project absent this project, or not do a streetscape absent this project, and the design is worth nothing to you, then yeah, there's risk there of spending the money, not having any value sitting on the shelf with the design. But if the thought is whether it's because it's a river project that's a secondary, a different project that you would do, or for other reasons that at some point here we're 30 plus years out of a downtown streetscape and you would do at least something of some scale and you could use that design in some form, then it lessens, it's really perception, and it lessens the risk. So it all depends where you come from with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else? The next thing I've got is just a summary of the action items that are on your agenda this evening, to explain those a little bit. The Starbond project plan, we need to, even though Department of Commerce asked to see it and review it in advance, you still need to authorize approval and submission of that plan on the city's behalf. And so you've got an ordinance for that. The development agreement, approving entering into the development agreement, you've got an ordinance for that. The downtown CID creation and sales tax, the hotel CID creation and sales tax, the alley CID, the resolution of intent for IRBs. That is a resolution rather than an ordinance, and so if you want to synchronize your final approvals, staff's recommendation would be that you take first reading on all the ordinances, postpone consideration of the resolution to next Monday, so it will be synchronized with the second reading. And if there's no objection, we'll amend the resolution from a $30 million authorization to a 32 to account for the added expense of the hotel. And then beyond the action items that are before you, we'll have to make the neighborhood revitalization area amendment, the Chamber of Commerce transient guest tax amendment, the streetscape design and construction approvals, and those are the remaining items we've identified. We've talked about the need for transferee agreements and supplemental agreement, and those will, assuming that you authorize proceeding, then we'll immediately get started on negotiating those.
I have a question about the list here. Should something happen to where we don't end up doing, probably the most important thing would be the Starbond part of this package.
I'm sorry.
What does everything else survive? I mean, if we don't end up having a Starbond, if the transfer agreements don't come through and all that stuff,
yeah,
is the CID still there?
The CIDs actually have a delayed effective date anyway, and I don't want to speak inappropriately, but we've had conversation with bond counsel that, if something does not proceed on the Starbond side, we have the opportunity to unravel the rest of them. And my list fails to mention authorizing the tax increment financing district, but your packet includes an ordinance for the tax increment financing district as well.
Yeah, Commissioners, I think if for some reason the Starbond didn't survive and you're left with just the CID and the TIF, we'd have to have a lot of conversations and really think about what would be the advantages, what would those tools do if you wanted to leave them in place, because then I would presume you wouldn't be under that development agreement because it's broader than just those two tools, and you'd have to rethink again how you'd go about using those. So that would be that's not a conversation we've contemplated, quite honestly, at this point. So we'd have to spend some time doing that. What I would say though is that I think that as I mentioned earlier, that all roads lead through the development agreement. So as you discuss where you are, and if you have any other questions, and of course you would want to provide an opportunity here real quick for citizen input. As you get to that and you start discussing this and trying to figure out what you want to do, I think it's vitally important that that development agreement is the piece that you vocalize whether you're comfortable with it in its current form or not. And if not, we need to know exactly why. But because while that doesn't take 4 votes, everything else does, and it's not worth anything unless the other items pass, unless it passes for the other items and supports the other items. And so kind of with that, to summarize again, we've taken a lot of time going through all of this. We felt that given that this was the opportunity we had to educate the public, show full transparency on roles, responsibilities, sources, uses, risks, the whole gamut, mitigating factors, all of that, felt that was important from a public perspective and from a public record perspective. But as the negotiation with Salina 2020 has evolved, and we've gotten to the development agreement that's in front of you, we do feel like, and we hope at least, that we're addressing the major points that you need to have to move forward. That was the whole intent. That's what we tried to do. And also those points as agreeable to Salina 2020, and we think that this agreement does have those. And when I said agreeable, it's not going to be preferential to either party, because it's like when you draw those big circles and you say, I'd rather be here and I'd rather be there, but where do the circles cross over and let's get into that space? That's where we like to think and hope that we're at, in that space for you. And that's the most practical place to be. And when you look, after you've heard it again, and you've heard a lot of this stuff because it's an agreement, a legal document, the public hasn't seen much of that. It's very multidimensional. It's broad, it's complicated, and it's really a trigger for multiple other actions. And so there's a lot to it. And so there's realistically, I don't think there's any way that document in its whole can satisfy with every individual piece, every person on either side of the table, quite honestly. So again, it's a matter, our thought is it's a matter of the big issues, anything that is, if there's a huge consternation that needs to be addressed, that would be the focus. Or otherwise, if there's support already, then that would be the focus. And but our hope is that we put it in the place that you wanted it to be. We know that it doesn't match up exactly, and we're very open to what that discussion might be. That's where we hope we're at, and we'll be happy to answer any further questions. And then we know that you probably want to open up to a public comment.
Is there going to be a staff presentation on the development agreement itself, or not?
Well, I think
if not, I'll just ask my question now, but I didn't want to jump ahead of you.
The main points of the development agreement, I think, were pretty well covered in different places in there. We didn't have any intent to get into any of the others. There's a lot of small things that deal with timing and this and that, but I think we felt like the biggest issues, well, of course, the development agreement's in the packet, not on the webpage for everybody, but that the biggest issues were addressed in the overview.
You know, one thing that might be helpful, because we're talking about this, best case scenario, if the development agreement is followed the way it is, what do we anticipate timeline for streetscape to start be completed and some of these core components to be online?
Okay, we'll talk about start with streetscape. Streetscape, we would intend to, I think it's scheduled for the 23rd, to bring to you decision on the designer. There's been a little bit of extra talk on that. It's not OH&H. I don't want to get too far into it, but that's not what they do. It's the parent organization, which is Olson Associates. That is what they do, as well as HDR, the other firm. And both can do it fine, and that's as far as I'm going to go today, because you'll get a chance to deal with that at that point in time. But in essence, we would ask for your approval to enter into a design contract, or to finally scope it, and enter into that contract as soon as possible. We believe we would spend most of this year in the final scoping, because there's some scoping pieces left when you think about detail and the design. And we think that if we do that right, when we bid, we need to match up with the contract or construction years. And at first we were thinking about, well, if we could rush this and maybe bid it in the middle of the summer, try to see what we could get done this year. Well, you're usually not successful bidding a project with a contractor in the middle of a construction year. We feel we can make up the difference by taking this year to get it designed properly, and we can in the bidding process, we can look at deducts or add-ons, whatever it might be, to make sure that we can give you the opportunity to spend whatever amount you feel that you need to for whatever scope you want to get, if it's higher than the budget, or bring it to budget, either one, and give you those options, and be able to do that this fall, probably mid to late fall. And then that allows the contractor to be set up to get materials that need to be ordered, to get prepped and ready for as early in the spring as the winter will allow, in essence, or the season will allow, to get started in 2018 with the first phase of construction. And the first phase of construction is it's going to be more specific than what I'm going to tell you, but the main priority of the first phase of construction is to make sure that the priority increment generating projects on the north and south ends can be timed with that, so we can accommodate that. And then we do the other phase later to the best that we can. And there's more specific aspects to that, but in essence, trying to match up with those timelines. At the same time we're doing that, then we'll be working with Salina 2020. They'll be preparing transfer agreement drafts for those main core projects that are specifically outlined in the development agreement. And if Commerce says you need to add this or that, we'll be focusing on that as well. We already have been focusing on a template for that. So most of that really shouldn't take a great deal of negotiation. I think the main focus will be on the timelines and trying to match those up. And that means that with separate developers for each of those projects, it deals with their preparation time and matching up those timelines as well. But ideally, we want to try to package whatever's required based on the agreement by Commerce and possibly recommended by Stiefel as a bond underwriter to strengthen the project as well. Take that into consideration to get those bundled up so you have a really strong project. And then we're focusing, absent any interruption or obstacle, we're focused on trying to really think about timing for bond issuance and conditions and so forth, and what's best for that. And Stiefel, as our bond underwriter, will work with us on that. Usually you would expect that probably to be sometime after transfer agreements, probably close enough to project commencement to where assurances that Mike mentioned are in place, or right around the beginning of construction, or possibly just after, somewhere in there, and we'd rely on their guidance and our financial advisor's guidance in that as well. But by the time you get to that stage, we're going to be pretty close to be thinking about the actual construction of the streetscape. And so once you get the transfer agreements in place, we're thinking about bonding, and we're thinking about the actual construction, bidding and construction of the streetscape for phase 1, and then obviously phase 2 would follow for the most part immediately after that. So that sort of kind of shows you how that timeline would roll.
Okay. So in essence, when we really start talking about risk and backing bonds and non-backed bonds and issuances and everything, it's going to be when we have those transfer agreements put together.
You would definitely have the transfer agreement based on the development agreement structure.
That's when we have the real risk talk.
Yeah,
okay.
I think so.
Well, the state has to see those transfer agreements too, as I understood it.
That's
that
correct.
letter.
Part of their letter is that they would want to approve all those agreements prior to allowing bond issuance. So that's a typical role that they play, and so that makes sense.
Okay. Thank you.
Just, 2 questions on the development agreement. Couldn't remember what the D stood for. And I have the section here, but it's section C towards the end. But in brief, regarding funds for off-site parking for the field house, purchase agreement between the city and the owner of the Bank of America parking lot is to be concluded prior to execution of a transfer agreement for the hotel project. Why are those 2 tied together?
Excuse me, I'm going to take a quick note here.
Okay.
And you said the 2, meaning you're talking about the off-site parking.
Right, and that agreement has to be concluded prior to execution of a transfer agreement for the hotel project. I don't think these pages are, well, maybe they are numbered.
Yeah, the development agreement, they are. Let me, if you can get the number there, I can get to it pretty quickly.
Is that what you're talking about? The bottom?
Yeah, thank you. It is page, gotta find it again. But it's in that area, yeah. Let me see. Okay, it's page 22. Let me see, I think. I should have put the page number down. What's in section C? Okay, yeah, page 22, section C, paragraph 1. Well, maybe that's not it. It's what's so easy to find when you're sitting by yourself here. It's but the wording I copied directly out of it. I guess it's not sounding familiar to anybody, huh?
Yeah, I think it's on page 34, section 1 at the top. And it's in the section that talks about city funds for field house off-site parking components.
Yep.
Subsection 1 says that unless waived by the city in writing, closing the contract for the purchase of the BOA parking lot shall be subject to the I'm sorry, there's a line before that. The city shall use best efforts to enter into a contract for the purchase of fee title of the parking lot with such terms and conditions of the purchase contract, including the purchase price, to be described in a supplemental purchase agreement between the city and the applicable property owner, to be executed prior to execution of a transfer agreement for the hotel project.
Yeah, Commissioners, if I'll kind of take you back a little bit on that. You remember we talked about that the field house is fully funded. But that we're able to get reimbursement because they like basically the tourism draw for the field house. So we have $9.625 million in reimbursement. $2 million of that would go to the Stiefel under an agreement, $1 million to the hotel to ensure its development under the agreement, and then this addresses for the off-site parking, which is also an obligation there. And the off-site parking calls for the purchase of 2 properties and the development of 1 property, which would be across the street. Now, what this does is it outlines the process for that. What it's doing is it's trying to be clear on what would be expected to happen. However, this is not a property purchase agreement either. So there's still terms that would be negotiated with the acquisition of those properties that would need to be gotten to pretty quickly. But what it's trying to do is to make those, as it's intended to do, make those a priority obligation on the assumption that there are star bonds issued and there is a reimbursement, and to make reference to those just like the agreement does to the Stiefel and to the hotel contributions, to make sure that those properties get purchased and the parking portion gets taken care of. Now, I don't know if that answers your question. If it's more specific,
is that a priority
take me into
for
that.
who gets the money first, or is it say that one transaction has to occur before the other one?
Well, and what it's saying is, let's see, it says in the event the star bonds are issued in an amount no less than 9.625 in bond proceeds, okay, the city shall within, and what there is there's another hierarchy in there as well. The city shall within 10 days of the issuance of 1.625 of city funds and put it into an account. So it's to set it aside for the purpose of those parking aspects. So that we would set it aside within 10 days once we receive the dollars. And then it talks about the priority of uses of it. So in essence, it makes sure that the first, second, and third follow a priority use. And the first one, obviously, it deals with the off-site parking account utilized to pay or reimburse costs for the purchase of the Bank of America parking lot. The second deals with the improvements to that same parking lot, and the third deals with the purchase of the other property, but we don't address the development of that lot because we don't know if it's going to be needed. The point of this is to say there's 1.625, but what if those costs are higher than that for these 3 pieces? It helps you have the priority for which it should happen. So theoretically, if it takes 1.625 to purchase the Bank of America lot and to do the upgrades to the Bank of America lot, and it takes all the money, and there's nothing left to do the third priority, you're not obligated to the third priority. So it's basically saying this is a priority for the 1.625 and how it's spent. It's the Bank of America lot, or what we call the Fifth Street parking lot, purchase first, upgrade second, and then what we call the Bennett lot, purchase third.
Yeah,
and so if you don't have enough money, those are the priorities that are addressed.
But that wouldn't affect the hotel transfer agreement, would it?
Yeah, let me take a closer look at that particular piece. Yeah, with that, what it's doing is it then goes on to say, on the purchase of that lot, the Bank of America lot, the says with such terms and conditions of the purchase contract. So now we're talking about a future purchase contract that's not included in this document. It'll be a future document, including the price. So it just says including the price. Obviously, you would expect the price to be in there. Mm-hmm. To be described in a supplemental purchase agreement between the city and the applicable property owner to be executed prior to execution of a transfer agreement for the hotel project. I think what the intent of that is to make sure that the parking is available for the increment generating or tourism project, the field house, even in essence a priority ahead of the hotel project. Quite honestly, the way these all work, once you get star bonds, they're all going to fall together, assuming that the timelines are agreed upon in the transfer agreement. And because you see a lot of those relationships, Mike mentioned some conditions precedent with one project to another that relate to the streetscape and all that. And if all those are out there and taken care of like they should be, they're all going to interrelate anyway to allow us to move forward. But I would that's what I believe that's intended to do.
So does this prevent the hotel transfer agreement from being accepted before this property is purchased? I mean, if for whatever reason there was a delay in coming to an agreement on the purchase of the parking lot.
What it does is it says that we need to deal with the agreement, not the actual transaction, but the agreement addressing the transaction ahead of the hotel transfer agreement. It doesn't necessarily address the timing because we have to have star bonds in place to get reimbursed to actually cover the cost of the parking. But it's saying, hey, the agreement for the parking is important, and we want it to be ahead of the hotel transfer agreement.
Does it have anything
Which
to
is
do with
fine. All the other agreements are kind of related to.
Is it the same ownership? I mean, would it be so that the funds are available to execute the transfer agreement? I mean, that would make sense. Same ownership. I mean, maybe 2020 can shed some light as to why that is the way it is.
Yeah, that could be. There are a few of these that are related. And really, the whole purpose is to kind of say, we need you to go first, and
right.
It's on both sides, and then you can go, but let's make sure the package moves. And I think that's the intent. Bob?
Do you mind, Jason, if
Please.
I step in? Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Johnson, Polsinelli, representing Salina 2020. Quick answer to the question. I think it was just a timing issue, as Jason alluded to. The hotel group does not plan to let this be a hindrance to executing the transfer agreement for the hotel. So if that needs to be clarified in the document, we're certainly open to doing that.
My brain may be the only slow one in here right now, but it just looks like it's saying that one thing has to occur before the
No, I completely agree. That's how it reads, and we wouldn't intend that would be the case. So we would.
I didn't think the hotel's money was going to be in jeopardy either way. But,
we would not require that something that would be necessary before the star bonds be issued take place after the star bonds are issued, obviously. So we're happy to amend that language to clarify that point.
Commissioners, the practical impact is, quite honestly, the pressure on actually drafting those agreements is with 2020, and actually it's with Bob and John Peterson with Polsinelli. So from our perspective, that doesn't put any burden on us because we're looking at a package of agreements that would be in place. And in essence, you really want all that you can get early on. So it doesn't, from our perspective, it doesn't create any harm. It's just more of something that was put in there that has probably a limited effect that from our perspective is pretty harmless in the end because we're trying to package up these agreements and get them going. It really puts more burden on them to get it ready than it does us to review and maybe negotiate a little bit and finalize.
and just one, I won't say lap, I think it's the last question. I thought actually our distinguished city attorney could make it through this whole meeting without having to do any work. In just everyday non-legalese, could you just give me again just an idea of how we view arm's length negotiations as far as real estate purchase when the buyer and seller groups may have overlapping individuals in their group?
Talking about those third-party transferee agreements when maybe somebody involved in does it relate to the recusal part that he went over earlier?
It could, yeah. I mean,
okay.
At times.
There are two aspects. The recusal section addresses the scenario where there could, and you all are accustomed to having to be conscious of whether there is a substantial interest. That's your obligation as an elected official to be watchful for that. And Similarly, when 2020 is becoming involved in that, in tandem with you in that process, as those transferee agreements are negotiated, they have very helpfully, rather than having to analyze all of their shareholders and all of their officers and all of their directors on any given transaction, they have acknowledged that we will know who those persons are, and if there is a substantial interest on any one of their parts, then the master developer will simply not participate in that negotiation, and the city will be able to fulfill that role unilaterally. And that will certainly make that a much easier level of analysis should that occur. The other aspect that was called out was relative to the potential for a real estate transaction. And I would put it this way, hopefully within your criteria, that, for instance, we do have the matter of the real estate, the property that the alley is to be located upon. I think that's the specific example that was even addressed in the development agreement. In anticipation of that, there is not this substantial interest aspect, but we do know that there is an obligation under Kansas law in terms of any contractual dealings of fair dealing. And that's the obligation that any party has, and that's an obligation that the entity that would be selling that property has. And we have to rely on that. Hopefully, it never becomes an issue, but that is the legal obligation on that owner of real estate, whether it's this particular case or future scenarios. So those are the two protections that are in place.
Commissioners, I want to emphasize one part that Greg mentioned, and that was on the first part, that if there's a substantial interest, in essence, when, as he mentioned, you guys, when you look at the statute and it's applied to us, when you have that, what happens is the individual steps away, the entity doesn't step away. The entity still moves on with the action, but the individual, that's part of the substantial interest, steps away, and Greg indicated that. And he indicated in this case, 2020 agreed for their whole entity to step away from that action. So what I wanted to emphasize is they don't have to do that. That was something they offered up, which is extremely gracious, and it does make it much simpler to deal with any substantial interest aspects. So that's a very good thing that they offered up on their own, and that should help you as you think about how conflicts are dealt with.
Thank you.
Just one last question. Were you suggesting about everything, when you mentioned everything going through the development agreement, were you suggesting our first action be on the development agreement?
I'd kind of defer to both the legal folks if they feel like there's a sensitivity to what goes first. I think we felt that without the Star Bond project plan, you probably didn't need a development agreement, which is why it's second on the list. And then without the development agreement, there's no reason to do items 3, 4, 5, and 6. So that's kind of how your order got created. But I do think you could probably get to the point to where you're going to ask for any remaining public input. You're going to want to do that, I would presume. And then after that, when it comes back and you're ready to discuss among yourselves where you want to go, what you like, what you don't like, and give that direction, I do think that you want to really want to be as open as possible about, is the development agreement acceptable or not, and if not, why? Because I don't think you want to be in a position of guessing before you vote on the first item without knowing what you want to do on the second item. I think because they're so integrally related. So that I don't know that necessarily you'd have to move it to number 2, but I think having an open discussion would probably get you where you need to be. And other than that, I'd rely on these two to address order if it's important to them.
If we're all done with questions and staff information, I'll take public comment on any of the project. Very short. Thank you.
Randall Holm, 848 Custer Street. I applaud this huge undertaking and vision of those involved and in the city in trying to make it work. but I also have great concern over where all the dollars are going and how they'll be repaid. A lot of my questions have been answered already, but especially since I've seen this happen in the last 42 years, twice downtown, where there's what was considered at the time a major redevelopment of the downtown area because it was going to revitalize it drastically. And quite honestly, both of those failed drastically in drastically revitalizing the downtown. The estimate on tax revenue on the Save-A-Lot and what they were going to be generating in sales shows that that estimate was off by 50%, roughly. And that's a huge error factor. There's a lot of concern on my part that the city's going to end up subsidizing to keep our bonding rates whole some of this financing. One of the things, and I discussed this with one of the professionals here about it, was whether the city could recapture through any of that funding later if the amounts ran more than were needed. And the indication was not immediately, but maybe at the end of the bonding period, there might be a chance to write it so that we could recover any money we had to invest in the interim, so that the taxpayer eventually isn't held fully accountable for that. And I ask that you consider doing that. We're looking at roughly $830 in bonding per every man, woman, and child in Salina in cost, and that does not include any interest paid on the bond indebtedness. So I think it's something we need to look at real hard when we're considering this. Also, you were talking about a change in the transient tax law or transient guest tax. Is that just in reference to the downtown hotel, or will it be affecting the other transient guest tax that's collected that's not in these districts?
Yeah, I'll address that one. The comments were intended to speak to the fact that we have an agreement where the transient guest tax is distributed to the Chamber of Commerce. The rate wouldn't change. We would need to amend our agreement with the Chamber of Commerce so that the transient guest tax in the Star Bond district could be captured for the Star Bonds rather than directed to the Chamber.
In other words, it would only affect the income within the district, not outside of the district, as far as going to the Chamber.
Right, yeah, I was going to say it only affect the Chamber's income.
Mr. Holm, on the comment about 800 and some dollars, is that related to the Star Bonds, 19.1 million?
That was in reference to the, I think, $41.5 million in taxpayer obligated.
Okay, so I want to be clear on that because the only bonding piece would be the up to 19.1. It could be 17.1 or 19.1 in Star Bonds. The other incentive pots, the Community Improvement District and the Tax Increment Finance District, are both pay-as-you-go. So there's no bonding obligation with those two to any citizen at all. It's if the money's raised by the increment and it's available to give, it's good. Otherwise, there's no obligation.
Okay.
So yeah, when you convert that and you
So
just
$400.
probably roughly 400. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for getting that corrected for
Sure.
me. I've learned a long time ago that anybody and everybody, including me, can have errors in that. I'm also very happy to see that maybe someone's finally considering doing something with the Lee Building. But as a real estate broker and developer in Salina for 41 plus years now, I feel that if we want a vibrant downtown space, we need to be sure there's sufficient parking. We are already losing, if I'm understanding everything right, 2 parking lots that service the downtown area, either in part or full for public parking. The parking behind First State Bank that is mixed use, public and First Bank, and the 4th Street parking lot. Neither one of those are huge parking lots, but if you've ever been downtown on an evening when the Stiefel Theater was in operation, and there's any other functions going on downtown, our public parking lots fill up pretty good, and that's without the arena and without the bowling alley and that complex and that. Because of that, I ask that you be sure to require that any residential housing provides a fair share of their own parking. Maybe not 100% of the 2 spaces per unit that's required for development in other areas, but at an absolute minimum, 1 parking space per unit be provided by the developer. Because otherwise, those people are going to be parking in spaces we need to have people that are generating sales tax dollars and bed tax dollars and all the other tax dollars to help repay this money. And if you can't get parked close enough to it, and most of the studies show nobody wants to walk more than a block at the most, and most don't want to walk more than 100 feet to where they're shopping, which is why we promoted malls originally, and that in spite of the fact, and why we claimed downtown wasn't working and we built all those parking lots, was to provide that close parking. We need to be sure that we still have sufficient parking to meet the needs, because if you're going to have a vibrant commercial district downtown, in addition to all this, there has to be parking for the people that are going to be shopping. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else? Has any other public comment?
My name's Jane Anderson. I live at 636 East Iron. I would like to address this gentleman. I heard a lot of talk about Save a Lot. We live on Iron Avenue. No one addressed that the street had been closed. I can't believe that didn't affect the numbers of their sales. So I'm hoping that that is part of the story there, and no one mentioned that before. And in my lifetime here, I've never seen the kind of reinvestment that is being proposed. So I think there's been so much work and studies done on this thing that we've beaten it to death. And I think there are moments when a community has to decide whether it's going to grow or be stagnant. I think that's what this project is all about. Are we going to grow? Are we going to be vital? Are we going to be able to attract millennials? If we aren't going to be a more hip community, I think we have to face the fact that maybe we become a retirement community. I don't think anybody wants that. I think we want to be a living, vital community. And I think this is our opportunity to take that chance. And that we'll have not only kids that want to move back here, but that they want to stay, never leave, and that we could attract people that had never lived here before. And I'm talking about the younger generation. And everything I've heard from all the businesses say the same thing over and over again. The young people don't want to live here. You guys just aren't hip enough. And I think it's time to face that problem and to address it. And this downtown could be the answer to that. I hope it is. And so that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any other comment?
I'm David Foncier. I live at 1112 East Wayne Avenue. I'm also a Mason, and I'm on the board of directors of the Masonic Foundation. We're having a struggling time with that particular building because it's an old building, and we're having to trying to keep it up. But we see this, and we're one of those that signed and says we want to be in the district, and we are clear at the southern edge of the district. We think it's a good thing for Salina. We're even working on trying to come up with plans with other cities, such as Hutchinson, Dodge City, Hayes, and here in Salina, where we can have things such as Dolly Parton come and put on a program, but it would be in each one of these areas. So we can attract major people to come in to us, because we have a fantastic auditorium there that is so good that the other day when some of the band was up there, they couldn't talk to each other, which were just a few feet away. They were talking, but they couldn't hear each other. But we, back in the audience, we could hear what they were saying, and they couldn't hear each other. But that's how the acoustics are in that building. They're fantastic. We have a lot of room in there. I found out that we had a circus even perform in that particular building. So in that particular auditorium, we have a lot of things. We're trying to come up with new things to help, like the young lady said about having some of the programs that, for example, the young people have an adventure thing where they try to go in and escape or something like that. I don't know all the details, but hey, we got a lot of rooms up there. We can fix up something like that, I guarantee you. We have a lot of secrets in that building, but we have a lot of fun. But we're trying to come up with things, too, to help build Salina, and we think this is a great program to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I've been in that building. It's gorgeous. Anyone else? Any other comment?
Hi, I'm Jane Gates, 2144 Hillside Drive. I run the Stiefel Theater, and coincidentally today, as we're preparing all of our documents for the CARM grant, I was given the statistics that last year we increased our regional sales by between 5,000 and 6,000 people. So I just got that today, and I was really excited about the timing of that and this meeting today. We have embraced risk at the Stiefel. Sometimes we don't do so well, but often we do, and we're seeing very strong regional sales, and it's just really been an act of faith in a way, and it's kind of like if you built it, they will come, and I just found it kind of amazing that just today we got the news that last year our regional sales, and this was mostly from Kansas and not in Saline County, but beyond that, 5,000 to 6,000 more people came to shows last year at the Stiefel than the year before.
Great,
So just
great.
wanted to let you all know that. Thank
Sometimes you have to step out in faith. Thank you. Ma'am?
I've been sitting.
Oh. We have to.
But it did, just a second. We did have, we had 195, give or take a few rooms there at the Heritage.
It's actually 197.
Yeah.
97 rooms in 6 floors there.
Do you want to come up to the podium and maybe give us?
No, that's good.
Well, the city clerk likes to get your name and.
I'm Carol Boncier, and I'm his wife there. And we have 195 rooms up in that building, and we only have, well, I have trouble. Anyway, but our rooms are not even small. They're big there. And it's just really, really nice. We're trying, like, with weddings and everything else to try and get enough money, but it takes a long time with that.
It does take a long time. Thank you very much for your comment.
Larry Bunker, 821 Highland Avenue. I just want to comment, I wasn't here on the last 2 major downtown improvements or money spent on it, but I don't believe that we had this kind of public outpouring of businesses trying to come downtown during that time to make it succeed. So just wanted to add that.
Thank you, Larry. Anyone else? Is the commission ready for for a vote? How is the agreement looking to everybody? Do you want to vote on the agreement to begin with? Item 3.1.
Let me maybe start. Let me maybe start out a little discussion. Because
That's fine.
we kind of
That's
want to
fine.
know. We kind of want to know where development agreement is before we go on anything else. I'll start. I said before, prior to coming to this meeting, my main concern was was risk, and my main problem was the development agreement. I think through having many questions and answers to those questions, and particularly thankful to bond counsel for their help with that, and also staff's report, I think, helped a lot. I think we've got it down to the main risk at this particular point for me is the streetscape design, and it's digestible for me. I mean, I guess I'll hold my judgment until the time at which we can have more information, transfer agreements maybe put together, maybe more increment generators brought on board, to where hopefully we'll take a 12.79 million issuance, and that'll be 19.1. That's my hope. So I'm willing to go along with this development agreement. If it helps to make it 5-0, that would be my desire. Because if the development group is going to need or going to want to get more developers interested in this, I hope that if everybody else goes along, that a 5-0 vote would move that along. But I got to tell you, between now and the time when these bonds due, I would hope and encourage the 2020 group to get out and try and get more increment generators and get more of those in line to get that issue up. Because I really, and I've had it in all of our discussion, I don't have a huge appetite for back bonds. I think if the market's going to bear it, the market's going to tell you what the issuance ought to be. And we ought to be able to do that. So I'm gonna hold my risk vote for the time when it comes to vote on the issuance of those bonds and on the transferee agreement. So hope that's helpful to 2020. I hope it's helpful to you guys to kind of know where I am on that. I think I've said before the development agreement or the Star Bond plan, it's had a number of people looking at it and putting things out there, and I don't have a whole lot of faith in Canyon Research numbers, but I have a lot more faith in Development Strategies numbers, and that's the ones that really count. So I'm willing to, I guess, in a way, have my big risk moments at a time that it might be more it might be more needed, and hopefully this gives a little bit more time to go out and find some more increment generators. So that's where I am.
Commissioners?
I'll just read mine. It's too late to think off the top of the head. I've expressed my opinions on various aspects of our development agreement during our very lengthy and frequent evening meetings prior to tonight. So I'm assuming that this big notebook we have here and the documents we're looking at are the product of all of our discussions. I've tried to keep our commission close to the standard of negotiating on behalf of protecting the city's interests and reducing our risk, just as I would expect Salina 2020 would do the same to reduce their risk and protect their interests. I don't think no one got everything that they wanted, but I have reached the comfort level where the potential risk is less than the potential benefit, and by a sizable amount, I think. I've not heard anything tonight that has really increased my anxieties, and truth be told, the answers and the attitudes demonstrated tonight have actually made me feel a lot more comfortable, and I appreciate that from all who spoke. Perfect agreement. I'm one of those people who likes to get his cake and eat it too. So when I have to give up something, I really hate doing that. But is this good enough to get started? Absolutely.
Well, I didn't prepare anything. I thought voting was probably most important matter. I've been fully in favor of all of the aspects of this from the get-go. On streetscape, I think the city of Salina deserves streetscape, and we should spend what's necessary to get that done. We've avoided doing it for 35 years. We talked about transformation, we talk about risk, but you don't get transformation. It's not like spitting in the pond. But it's not as bad as a drop of water and trying to put it through a needle, the eye of a needle. So I think we're in the middle here. There's been a lot of hard work done trying to align all the planets of this project, and there are sticking points coming up in the transfer agreements. But if this is just one step on the ladder's got to be climbed to the top. We've got to make this step today. So I'm fully in favor of the development agreements and the rest of the agenda.
Commissioner?
First of all, I'd like to say that this is going to be my third or fourth vote as a city commissioner, so thank you all for waiting for me to get to the exciting part. But at any rate, first of all, I'd like to give a huge thank you to City Manager Jason Gage and Deputy City Manager Mike Scragg. They have endured my daily emails, phone calls, requests for meetings, and if I haven't asked a lot of questions tonight, it's because Jason has waded through all of this with me. And Mike, I can't tell you how much the materials that you put together really helped me get the rest of the way there. I would like to ask members of Salina 2020 if they would be willing to stand and be recognized. The one question I have had from a lot of folks is, who exactly is Salina 2020? Because obviously, the Walkers and Larry Brittigam and Don Booz have been the face of Salina 2020, but I thought maybe it would be nice if we could recognize those members that are here, and if any of them are willing to be recognized, or you'd be willing to share these partnerships so that we can thank these folks ourselves. You've lost the weak ones. Thank you.
And you're okay with the development agreement?
Well, see, it's nice because I haven't been in on any of the executive meetings for the development agreement. Is it perfect? No. But is it good enough? I think so.
We've burned the midnight oil in some of these after our regular sessions. We've seen all this several times. So I think tonight recaps it, and I think Salina will once again be the city on the move. We were determined city on the move several years ago. We're given that designation, so I think this will be very beneficial to Salina. Anyway, I would accept a motion on 3.1A.
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve on first reading ordinance number 10856, adopting a Star Bond project plan for downtown Star Bond District.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve first reading ordinance number 16-10856. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, same sign. Okay. Shandy, would you just go ahead and read those four and let us go ahead and vote on it? Next one, just one. The next one, My throat's so clogged up.
3.1B, first reading ordinance number 17-10873, adopting a development agreement with Salina 2020, Inc.
Okay, accept a motion.
Madam Mayor, move approval on first reading ordinance number 17-10873, adopting a development agreement with Salina 2020, Inc.
Second. Now, as far as the discussion goes, was there going to be a change in the language between first and second reading on that, or?
That one
particular section. Yeah, I think we can.
Okay, does that need to be in the motion, or are we good with?
Amended or something, as amended maybe.
It'd be good to note that in the motion, I think.
Including amended language in, I know it's page 34, bear with me.
It is
34.
Section
I've got it
409,
right here.
subsection C, subsection 1.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve on first reading ordinance number 17-10873. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign.
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve resolution number 17-7429, determining the intent of the city of Salina, Kansas to issue industrial revenue bonds in the aggregate amount of not to exceed $30 million to finance the cost of acquiring, constructing, and equipping commercial projects for the benefit of the Salina 2020, Inc. or its successors and assigns.
Now, is it staff's recommendation to postpone that?
You could certainly act on it this evening, but if we were going to synchronize final actions, and this only takes one vote, we would recommend postponing it to next week. And then additionally, there was discussion about changing the 30 million to 32 million. That would give us the opportunity to change the documents
I'll
for
withdraw
you.
the motion.
How about a motion to have staff amend that number from 30 to 32 million and bring it back at the time of second reading with the rest of these items?
Okay, motion. Okay, the motion and a second
The
to
motion
amend.
would change the number from 30 million to 32 million and also direct us to bring it back at the same time we bring back second reading on the remaining items.
Okay. a motion and a second to approve item 3.1C as amended.
Well, I'm sorry.
And bring back,
Direct staff to bring it back as
Yeah, you
amended.
wouldn't be
Direct staff to
approving
bring it
just,
back.
wouldn't be approving just the modification.
okay.
Okay. By consensus?
I think that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Works.
Okay, item 3.1D. First reading ordinance number 16-10857. Have a motion.
I move we approve on first reading ordinance number 16-10857, adopting the redevelopment project plan for the Salina Downtown Redevelopment District.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve on first reading ordinance number 16-10857.
Yeah,
57.
And I got a question for Mike on this one. That redevelopment plan is in coordination with the TIF only?
Yes.
Okay.
Gary might be able to explain it better than me, but for some reason we can't just call it TIF. We have to call it a redevelopment plan. But
Right,
it is
okay.
TIF.
Okay.
And so if we talked before about if the star bond doesn't come down, does that still stay in, those two still stay together as a packet and an action needs to be taken to do those, or is there a timing mechanism on those as well?
Well, actually, I would like to defer to Gary on the question of our flexibility should star bonds not go forward on both the TIF and the CIDs.
Again, Gary Anderson, Gilmore and Bell. I think if for some reason the Star Bond project did not move forward, as I think Jason alluded to earlier, I think you as a city would want to sit down with the developer and determine whether any of these other tools are going to stay in place, whether they're going to be modified. I mean, one benefit of leaving the TIF in place is, you've set the base, you've gone through the process. Even if these projects don't go forward, maybe there are other projects, but the downside of that is you do start the 20-year clock of collection. So one approach might be that maybe you decide to terminate the TIF plan, but you leave the TIF district in place, which set the base, a year ago. So there's a lot of different options, and I think depending on if the Star Bond plan doesn't go forward, you're probably back to negotiating what's gonna happen with these other tools.
Okay, so it can live without the others then?
Yes.
Okay, good, okay.
Okay, did I have a motion and a second? I did?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, item 3.1E.
Madam Mayor, I would move that we adopt on first reading ordinance number 16-10863, an ordinance authorizing the creation of the Downtown Community Improvement District in the city of Salina, Kansas, otherwise known as the Downtown CID.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve on first reading ordinance number 16-10863. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, same sign. Okay, 3.1F.
Madam Mayor, I move we approve on first reading ordinance number 16-10864, an ordinance authorizing the creation of a downtown community improvement district in the city of Salina, Kansas, Alley CID.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve on first reading ordinance number 16-10864. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, same sign. Okay. And item 3.1G, first reading.
Mayor, move approval on first reading ordinance number 16-10865, an ordinance authorizing the creation of the Downtown Community Improvement District in the city of Salina, Kansas, the Downtown Hotel CID.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve on first reading ordinance number 16-10865. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. I think I could have a motion for
No executive session?
adjournment.
Motion to adjourn, Mayor.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye.